Okay, what am I walking into? Is this Surly Coach Rhule, or are we?
No. I'm saying, like, where would I be? Like, I'm in my office.
I thought you might have been recruiting. You were out the other day. I didn't know if you were back.
Yeah, no. So the rule is head coaches can't go out in May.
Yeah,
April, May, we can't be out. So I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But so I do a lot of like, donor related stuff right now, and go see people and do stuff to help the program. But I can't. We have recruits here, so we actually have a kid here today. So I can visit with people when they come visit us.
Oh, what? So when is that? When are they going to change that? Do you think of when it can be out? Like, why are coaches limited?
Yeah, I mean, it's like when we go out in January, assistant coaches can do home visits, but we can't do home visits for the next year's class. We can do like that, but all the kids are already enrolled. So it's a lot of there's a lot of rules that are vestiges of old times that don't make sense. I was always very proud, to try to go to every single player I was signing or recruiting, go to their house and sit in their home, and then when they came on their visit, have them come to our home, right? And if you remember, when I came to recruit Caleb, I came to your house.
Yeah.
And he came on his visit. He came to my house, right? But I can't do that anymore, really. So it's they've changed things. I don't know. The calendars, so much has changed. College football. I shouldn't even say college football. Collegiate pro football. It's so different now that everything's changing rapidly.
Well, talking about changing calendars, obviously you guys shook things up this year with the spring practice and now basically flip-flopping winter conditioning and spring practice, right? Like, obviously I understand the reasonings for making spring practice early. What does that kind of do for you in the strength and conditioning part of things now, where that you've already gone through the spring portion? Like, how does that change, or does it change how you would normally run what is now kind of quote unquote winter conditioning?
Yeah, I thought it was elite. I thought it was awesome. One of the things they did was they moved up the academic year here in Nebraska. They moved up the spring semester. So we started on MLK Day. We started a week earlier. So that was part of the genesis of this, right? So, normally spring football takes 5 weeks. We basically did it in 4 weeks, plus the spring break. So whereas before I always believed in 8 weeks of training, spring break, and then spring football, I think we got 5 or 6 weeks. The number escapes me off the top of my head, but we still got 5 or 6 weeks of intense training, strength and conditioning. Then we got spring ball, which we did it condensed, like when Damon was playing. It was a 4 week. You did it 4 times a week for 4 weeks, and they changed that rule. And then people started going 3 times a week for 5 weeks. And then now on the back end, we have 5 weeks of training again, and then we have them all summer. So, I like right now, like we did mat drills this morning. We're doing some of our toughness things these 2 weeks, and it's way different, Ravi. When now I'm sitting out there running a drill. I know I've already seen them play football, right? So I know who can help me and who can't in terms of in the fall. I know what a player needs to become a good player. Hey, I was just having a conversation with a young man down at the cafeteria, Eric Ingerson, who's I think had a really good spring. And I was like, hey, what's the biggest thing you're working on? And he talked about it. I'm like, well, let's work on that every day in the mat drills or in the weight room. Like, you had a chance now to self-identify. Like, I have a thing here of every single player, and every single every single player and every single coach. Like, what's one thing they need to improve, and what's one thing that they're doing really well? It's the best thing they're doing, and the thing they need to improve. And now they have extra time to work on that, right? So in a world that it's much more individualized now, probably with these kids today than it was 10 years ago, they can look at the football and now incorporate that into their off-season plan and then into their summer plan.
I thought one of the unintended consequences of doing this, and Calandria he referenced it a little bit in the presser post-spring game, because guys kind of gravitated towards that quarterback room. Kalen is super likable. TJ's really competitive. But they gravitated towards Calandria right away too, even though he's got this bravado to him. And he said, when I first got here, we got right in the ball, so we got to bond over being on the football field and just playing ball. And I was thinking to myself, that has to have some advantages, because if I wanted somebody to get along with me, I don't want you to see me during downtime or like us just hanging out, because there's more of an opportunity for you to not to like what I'm doing. If we're collectively trying to get out there on the football field, you can get acclimated quicker to each other's temperament. Do you think playing ball early helped with so many new guys on campus?
Yeah, I think that's the reason why we did it, right? Like I think
Huh.
I think even like like it's one thing when a player played for me for 4 years and then over time they knew like, hey, this is what the offseason is going to be like. This is what this like. Okay, when coach says this, he really means this. Like I got it right. Now, like you bring in 18 portal guys, whatever it is, you bring in 10 or 12 high school kids every year. That's a third of your team that's brand new, right? And so I wanted them to get to know Coach Rhule, Coach Holgerson, Geep, in a football standpoint. So we might be getting on them about being in class on time or this, that, and the third, but I wanted to get to know them about football, and I wanted them to see us as football coaches, us get to know them as players, how they learn. They're able to go out there and do some football stuff now, and they all know what they're doing because they went through spring football. I mean, you can teach, but until you actually go out and do it in spring practice, it's hard to learn. And so, we would be finishing up spring ball right about now, and Anthony would be trying to, figure out the playbook still, right? But he was able to do that early. Larry Miles, as a freshman receiver, was able to do that early, learn, and then honestly, in a football team, you know Damon better than anyone else, right? Like guys respect guys who play hard and know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And so some of those young guys came in there, or some of those new guys came in there and showed, hey, I'm a player, and that allows them to earn respect, bond with each other. Now we can go back, and then the last thing is, a lot of guys were injured from the season or from preseason. They start to get cleared right about now, and they wouldn't have been able to do football. They're not cleared for football, but they are cleared for football movements and drills. And so you can get a Carter Nelson out there, and he can go out with Anthony or TJ and run routes and catch balls and work on his craft. So getting that done early, I think, had a lot of benefits.
Coach, you mentioned, as you're getting into mat drills and stuff, working on toughness. You mentioned just now in with spring practice stuff with just guys playing hard and other guys respecting them for that. Obviously, you've been doing this for a long time. But especially now when, the rosters are more fluid than they've ever been, there's factors like NIL and stuff that make things a little bit wonkier than they've been ever before. How much, when you're looking across the landscape of college football and with your team, are you just looking at like, hey, if I can get guys that are tough and that play hard all the time, I'll be fine?
Yeah, I think I never want to diminish talent, right?
Sure.
At the end of the day, like you have to be big, you have to be fat, you have to move, you have to run well enough for your position, you have to be quick enough for your position. But once that you have that requisite amount, right, then I think both physical toughness and mental toughness are the differentiator, and a word that I believe in is grit. It was a great book written by Angela Duckworth, and it's one thing to be tough and to undergo some physical pain or undergo some adversity one time. It's like who has the grit, the mental and physical toughness to be passionate and persevere no matter what over a long amount of time. I think that's the biggest thing in today's society. I see it with my daughter sometimes, right? Like when I grew up, I knew like, hey, man, Scooby-Doo comes on at 4:00. I'm gonna be home at 3:55, and hopefully this is the one that has the Globetrotters on. Maybe this will be a Scooby-Doo with the Globetrotters on. And my daughters, if they want to watch that episode or whatever it is for them, they can go on their iPad and they can just search that episode out and watch it, right? Mm-hmm. And if they want to go get something, they can pause, they go get a juice box and come back. We couldn't do that, right? We used to take a picture and wait, and then go to the Kmart and wait for the pictures to come out. Now my daughter takes a picture, looks at it, doesn't like it, deletes it. I'm not complaining. It's just everything's so much more instantaneous. And so I think teaching mental and physical toughness, that's over time. We don't always all get what we want exactly when we want it. And most of us, when that happens, we just complain. We just feel sorry for themselves, or we blame someone else. And I'm looking for guys that can be physically tough, that will play hard, that look inward, not outward when things are not going well. And they will persevere through passion over a long amount of time. And so, that's the type of team we want to be. And that's not that we haven't accomplished that yet. Like, I thought our team 2 years ago on defense had some of that. Like they would play hard every single game. Last year, obviously we had some ups and downs. And so to me, it's just continuing to try to develop this gritty mindset of just being the same guy every day, being unbelievably physical, playing unbelievably hard, and taking what you want. And so, I think that's got to be coached. I think it's got to be modeled. I can't change who I am because the end of last year did not go the way I wanted. I mean, I've got to be the same guy every day, or else I'll be teaching these players, hey, you know what the answer to do? The answer is to complain. The answer is to blame other people. The answer is to change. And you have to look at yourself and say, hey, what are things do I need to improve upon? I expect every player to do that, but you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater all the time. And I don't want players just changing everything about them. Just get a little bit better every day. And I think that's, those are the old school values, and they're probably more important now than ever before, in my opinion.
One of the things I mean, and far be it from me to get inside your head, even though we spent an inordinate amount of time together. I thought one of the things that was interesting was just your revamping of the staff. This is just my opinion. Like from afar, I liked a lot of the infrastructure, right? Like no off the field incidents. I thought guys were starting to get really disciplined. You have really high retention, but you had to make some changes, right? Obviously, O-line, what I know was difficult for you. Your D-line. You made staff changes, but one thing that I can see, and you'll say whatever you want to me anyway, but it looks like you were pretty intentional about getting teaching football guys in the building. No disrespect to anybody else, but you definitely seems like you've hired a mindset in the building.
Yeah, first of all, I thought the coaches that were here last year, I thought, Donnie and I thought John are excellent football coaches. Mm-hmm. And sometimes things are a bit just about fit. Sometimes things are about just time and place, right? And so, when I'm being self-critical, I thought last year, we finished the season. I'm talking about 2 years ago, right? We beat Wisconsin. It was kind of on a high. We went to Iowa. We shut, down the run game. We did really, and then we lost on the last second, and as things can sometimes get tempestuous, right? And so you had players, Tony White and Terrence left. And players were kind of going in the portal, and maybe I moved a little too quickly trying to stabilize everything. And so to me, I went through a process. They were good coaches. Just you have to make sure you have the right fit, right? And so. I want to make sure I say that first, because it's not like, I think that's one of the problems we all have is like, it's coach's fault. Well, it's a combination of everything, right? It's my fault. It's the position coach. It's the coordinator. It's the players. We all share in this together, right? But I think one thing I want to say about the coaches I've hired, number one, they're excellent recruiters, and we're in a day and age now where like you can't solve your problems with volume anymore, right? You can't go out and sign 30 kids because you don't have that much money to sign 30 kids. And so you need people who can go find the right players and the right fit for us and then coach them. And then, I wanted to have the right teachers who brought stuff that's, stimulated, the football here, stimulated my mind, stimulated each other's minds. And so whether it was Geep or Lonnie, whether it was Roy Manning or, Tyler Yelk or, Rob Orich or, Corey Brown, I'm really pleased with the guys we brought in. And I think we have a group of guys who like football, but also like young people and like coach them and like developing them. And not everything's going to be easy here. You have to develop players and get them to play better. And so I like the staff a lot. I enjoy being around them. I enjoy sitting in Rob Orich's meetings. Right. I enjoy.
He's a gem.
Like you sit there, you listen to him and Coach Snow, and it's like there's nothing off limits. Like they just banter back and forth, and you get. Addison had all 5 DBs. You split it with him and Tyler. And he's got no ego. He just wants to win, and I love that. So it's been a good melding, I think, of getting the right people in here. And then Geep and Lonnie have been a lot of fun on offense. We've added some things run game wise. I think are going to make us a lot better too.
Coach, when you're talking about time and place and fit, obviously we're talking about coaching staff, and I think. Do you think that applies to players that you're recruiting as well? Like, do you sometimes look at a guy and you say, hey, like this guy is really talented and maybe he's got the right attitude, but maybe he's a guy that with the temperament of our current team isn't necessarily the best fit for him. Does that apply to players too?
I think when you look at fit for a young player, I think you have to play basically if you're looking at a freshman coming in, you have to put him in one of two buckets. Like A, is he going to come in and contribute right away, right? Because there's a financial component to this, right? So you can't have your money sitting on your bench, right? We don't have as much as everybody else, right? Like, and everybody else doesn't have as much as each other. I'm not saying that. I'm saying like we all don't, like we just can't waste money, right? So, you sit there and say, so, hey, is this a guy's going to come in and contribute right away? Or certainly in the first 2 years. And then, sometimes I miss the date, like, the guys who kind of develop, like, what would that have done if that was Emmett Johnson, right? Well, Johnny Bullock's over here the other day, and he's talking to the team. He's in Tampa, and then he went to the Colts. He had like 10 or 12 tackles this year in the National Football League on special teams, which was a great season. And he didn't play till year 4, and so as they cut the rosters, for the days of 160, 170, 180 players down to like 105, it's harder to have a walk-on program. And so, you have to divide them into that, like, hey, are they going to help right away? Or are they someone who's going to stick around and stay? And, I think you have to find, that's a big part of the fit, right? Are they going to just leave all the time? Are they going to, what's their mindset? Like you talked about toughness. Like, I think everyone thinks you can coach toughness, man. Like, you better recruit toughness. You better hire toughness, right? If you want a tough team, you better have a tough staff, and you better hire, you better recruit tough players. And so I think all those things relate to fit. And, you can't probably have, 5 starting quarterbacks anymore. Had 5 5-star quarterbacks. Like, they're going to leave. They're not going to stack behind each other. So finding guys who want to be here, who want to have the right fit, who want to develop, I think that's all of our jobs right now, is to figure out, hey, well, if we take this kid, how is he going to fit into our locker room, fit into our culture? And as much as anything, how long is he going to stay here if things are hard?
Coach, let me ask you something, because a lot of your person that I gravitate towards is like the common language and the consistency in the message. But you're in a landscape that's pretty fluid, but you still have to operate on this kind of continuum. When you say things like, hey, this is kind of what we need from a budgetary standpoint, to, hey, I think we're good now. We got what we need to compete. And then the landscape changes again. You just mentioned when we started the interview, you're out with donors, you're looking at fundraising opportunities. How fluid is the financial component when people want to pin you down and say, well, he said this and this means this? Like, what are we missing in that fiscal message that is so fluid?
Yeah, I think one of the challenges I have is, I've always prided myself on, like, I don't say anything. I try not to say anything I don't mean, right? I don't want to give coach speak. Like, to me, it would be disrespectful to every fan. It'd be disrespectful to our team. It'd be disrespectful to come on with you guys and just give coach speak, right? And so I try to say exactly what I mean. The problem is that sometimes it's taken super literally, and I'm saying what's happening in that moment, right? And if you talk to me again next week, I'd tell you something different. That's like, the days are changing. So like, yeah, like, well, I don't care if it's basketball, football, volleyball, the roster numbers and the salaries are escalating through the roof. And so you might make a big jump, but guess what? So did they. And so, I think the biggest thing for us as the head coach of Nebraska, and Troy Dannon, our AD, is amazing. He's worked so hard to get us more and more and more. And then you look at what Fred just did. Like, I mean, how awesome was that, right? And so it's like, you look at what wrestling did. I mean, like, so as the numbers ascend in other sports, each coach has to do the best they can to try to ascend the numbers. And, I would simply say, at the University of Nebraska, like, if we want to, we have 5 national championship trophies over there. Like, you were part of those great teams. If we want to be first, then like, let's output first, like, why not Nebraska? Like, why not Nebraska? Like, why does the state of Nebraska, why do we have to, like, not be at the top in terms of financial output? Like, it's when you think about Nebraska, you think about all the innovations, right? First, to have a Jumbotron, AstroTurf, training table, academic programs, the walk-on program, like, just such an innovative place that always figured everything out. Hey, how can we be great? And this is not college football anymore. This is pro football, and the market is the market. And so I'm very grateful for Troy Dannon and the people here, because they're doing everything they can all the time to continue to get us moving forward. But, like, when I say, hey, we have enough to compete now, guess what those other teams did? They said, oh, they got that. Watch what we do. Boom. And the market changes. And my job is very simply always to say, hey, how come at Nebraska we can't be first in terms of, the output? How come we can't be in the top 3 or 4? How come we can't? And so if we're there, then, I got to continue to say that, because if you were first, guess what? You think Ohio State's going to sit back, so it's an ever changing market, right? I mean, I think there's going to be like 10 teams in college basketball that are like close to $20 million next year. It just is what it is. And so I'll still have people say to me, Damon, I don't believe in NIL. And I'm like, well, it believes in you because it's here. And, but yeah, I mean, like I said, we have a great AD. We have great administration that's working on it all the time, right? All the time. And you have to be really, really creative. And what I do know is this is a very wealthy state. There's a lot of business. There's a lot of great agriculture. And I think the state deserves to have great athletics coming out of the University of Nebraska, and have great athletics. You have to have obviously good facilities. You have to have good coaches, but you need great players, right? I remember sitting there as a Penn State fan watching Tommy Frazier run through the entire defense on his way to a touchdown, right? I remember watching Eric Crouch catch 41 reverse pass. Great players make great teams. And so today's players cost money. It just is what it is.
Coach, as you talked earlier about kind of self-reflection and self-evaluation, and as you kind of look back at your first few years at Nebraska here, how has your thought process changed? I don't want to say regrets, right? Everybody looks back and like, oh, I do this different, I do this different. But how has your experience the first 3 years changed your thought process about how you go about things on a day-to-day basis?
I think the biggest thing has been just dealing with the portal rosters. You have to remember when I first took this job, you could only transfer once, right? And so that then changed. And we probably could have moved forward faster if I would have gotten rid of all the kids that were here and just started over like everyone else does. But I'm never going to do that. Like, I got into coaching for kids. So if people don't like that, then I don't care what they think, because I don't respect the way they think. I'm proud that I coached Luke Reimer. I'm proud that I coached Grant Taggy, and I wouldn't give up my year with those guys for anything. Those guys came out 4 games in a row, 4 or 5 games, whatever it was at the end of that year, 4 or 5 games in a row, and battled and laid it absolutely on the line for everybody and trying to get to a bowl. And, you remember the next year, my wife and I, that wasn't like a budgetary. We paid for those kids to go to the bowl. And, that might seem like nothing to people, but like, I don't know how else you can tell people like you respect them and then other than give them a great experience. And so, what could we have done it faster? Had we done that? Probably. Should I maybe, Ravi, have sat there and said, you guys don't understand how bad this program is? Like, do you understand how bottomed out everything is here? I probably could have done that, but I don't want to do that. How does that help you in recruiting? But I think the biggest thing is dealing with like the portal, dealing with transfers, dealing as those things have changed. Like, going from NIL era to raising NIL to now rev share plus above the cap dollars. I mean, it's just all changing. And, I'd say like if I took another job next year and I left here and took, Ja'Cory Barney and Vincent Shavers and Isaiah Mosey and Mekhi Nelson and all those teams, I'd probably start pretty hot at the next place I went to. And I wish I could have brought McCaffrey and Brian Burns and Shaq Thompson with me from the Panthers, but I couldn't, so, maybe, it's not, but I was kind of, when I went through this process, Ravi, I was assured that the people in Nebraska, and most people I meet, they feel this way. They wanted it done the right way. They wanted it done the long-term way. They wanted it done with grace and dignity and respect for the players and respect for the student athletes. And so, yeah, it's probably a little slower than maybe I would have liked. I think we went into last year with everyone. I wasn't saying it, but everyone else had a lot of expectations. Like, oh, Coach Rhule year 3, Coach Rhule year 3. I just show up to work every day and just try to get better and better and better. And so I think probably the personnel part of it, as much as anything, I think if there's anything else here, man. Like, I think also like, I think in season, like, this is not a complaint. I think just, this is a big deal here. Nebraska football is a big deal, and I can handle it. Like, people say like, okay, people come up to me all the time and say, hey, coach, don't listen to everyone out there. I'm like, I'm not listening to them. Did you guys want to hire a football coach who listens to what everyone says? That'd be the dumbest thing in the world. Like, people will say to my wife, like, don't pay attention to them. I'm like, the only one who probably listens to the noise is my son, Bryant, and my youngest daughter, Leona, right? So I try to keep them locked in and like, hey, just be a student. Don't worry about, but the vast majority of people I meet in the state are unbelievable and unbelievably supportive. And I think one thing I probably didn't recognize early on is just the impact throughout the course of the season that can have on a team, right? When it's like they open their phone every day and their algorithm is just shooting at them like this. And sometimes things that aren't even real start to become real. You have to address it with the team because it's all they're hearing out there from, sometimes well-intentioned, sometimes good things, sometimes from people who, monetize having an opinion on Nebraska football. So I've had to probably adjust a little bit, Ravi, in terms of in season, how to manage the team and the team psyche. And obviously I didn't do it well enough last year. And so that's why, this offseason, we're really focusing on grit and brotherhood, like, hey, let's be a gritty team that just shows up every day. It doesn't worry about what people are saying. Let's be a team that plays for each other and that brotherhood for each other. So I think those are probably things that are probably more real here. I've had guys come here from the SEC and they're like, wow, this is different. And it's what we use to sell in recruiting. I don't want it to change. when I say this, I don't want it to change. I want to matter, and I want to be important, and I want every person in this state waking up every single day having an opinion about what we did the day before. I love that part of it. I'm just not going to change, bend people's opinions, but I do listen to people I trust, and I listen to all the coaches and staff and players. So I don't know if I answered your question, but I think those are some things. But I don't live a lot of world of regrets. I try to take what happened last year and the year before, always self-reflect. What can I do better? What can they do better? But I don't think of it as a regret necessarily. I just think it as growth and trying to be the best coach I can be for the state of Nebraska next year.
How do you balance the things that you're like, hey, this didn't go the way we wanted to at the end of last year. Here are some tangible changes that we could make versus like, hey, our starting quarterback wasn't there for the last third of the season. That matters too when kind of evaluating results versus process and how last year ended.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a great question. I'm going to give you the most honest answer I can give. When I look back at moments that really bother me last year, I think back about the Minnesota game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I look at every aspect of that, right? So I say to myself, we went to Maryland the week before. Now, I wasn't happy the Big Ten had us twice go to the East Coast and come back and play a Friday game. I can't control the league, right? So I can voice my opinion and hey, this doesn't really make a lot of sense here, guys. But the league's got to do what the league's got to do, right? So I look at that Maryland game and it's like, man, we were up 14 twice in that Maryland game. And had we just played better and put them away, then, you don't have this emotional comeback win in the fourth quarter, which drains you a little bit, right? And then, we went Thursday and we stayed Thursday, Friday, which, because, you fly into Baltimore and then you drive an hour to your hotel and you get in at this time. Do we want to go on Friday? Let's go on Thursday. What worked out, but then you're on the road, 2 nights in a hotel, then you're on the road, 6 nights later on a Thursday night. And then we go out to Minnesota and you lose. But when I look back on those games, when I look back on Minnesota, what really bothers me is that it was 7-6 with 3 or 4 minutes left to go in the third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And our team was in the locker room at halftime, which is a direct reflection of me. And was they expected to win by 50, right? It's that's not how you play football, man. You just go play one snap at a time. You play one game at a time, and you have a standard you play to. And, I felt like the team I had the first year, they did that. They listened to me, and they did that. I felt like the team we had 2 years ago to an extent did that. And I felt like last year's team, I didn't get that done. And, we're playing Iowa in the last game there. We had 185 yards rushing against Iowa in the first half. 185 yards. We haven't had that in a long time here against Iowa. And it's like a 6-point ball game, I think maybe at the half, right, or 8, whatever it was. And then, we stopped them. They punt the ball to Jacory. They re-punt it to Jacory. I think it's probably targeting. They don't call it right. And they get a safety. And it's like the air comes out of our tires. And it's and all of a sudden now you look up and it's 40-16. And those are the things that bother me, Rob, because we were also the team. That was, 6-2 playing USC. We have the ball in the second half up by whatever we were up by. We pick the ball off and we have the ball, 1st and 10 on the 20-yard line going in to score. And, a quarterback gets hurt, we proceed to lose, 4 of our next 5. It's just, it just drives me nuts. But that falls on me. And so I guess my point is always well, what do you do about it? Right. Do you sit there and do I sit there and complain about it? Part of it is, like I said, I'm going to turn on the TV this summer and I'm going to hear someone talking about Nebraska football. They're going to be well, this is the schedule and they should win this game and they should lose that game. And that's the exact disease that affected our team last year that I got to get rid of. And it falls on me. I'm not complaining about the guys doing that on TV because that's fun. That's their job. But I'm pretty sure when Coach Osborne coached Damon, he wasn't sitting there saying well, this game's going to be easy, but this game's going to be hard. It was we're the University of Nebraska. Every game we play has to be our best game. And so we were 6-2 with the lead against USC, and we're still in the hunt to even go to the CFP. And Dylan gets hurt, and then the season kind of takes a turn. But I go back to that disease was infected in us earlier, against Maryland, right? Put them away. You're up by 14 twice. Go put them away. Stop the run. Stop the quarterback. Make a play. In Minnesota, we're up at 7-6, and we just it just couldn't put them away. And so every team I've had that's been good has been able to win those games. And I thought we won those games the previous couple of years, and we didn't win those games this year. And so, I have to do a better job as a head coach, putting them in those situations, but also getting a gritty. It all goes back to what you talked about earlier, a gritty, tough team that doesn't just sit there and say this will be easy and this will be hard. Who just says, hey, this is how we play at Nebraska. Nebraska, excuse me.
Coach, how fine a line is it between talking it into existence and acknowledge it, but versus acknowledging it? And what I mean by that is I tell people this, like sometimes if I give people an explanation, they say, oh man, you're making excuses for Nebraska football. And it's not the difference between an excuse and an explanation is ownership. Nobody is punting on ownership. So when you're talking about your team's emotional ebb and flow, you haven't talked much about like needing good players, right? It's grit, it's toughness, it's not folding when it's 7-6. It's the belief factor. How do you move from talking about it too much versus just expecting an outcome, even though you know you can pinpoint kind of where it goes south, right? Just emotionally have been a little soft. Like, how do you address it without dwelling on it? Kind of like if I fumbled right? Like, hey, you need ball technique. I don't want to be thinking about it. I just want to carry the rock.
Yeah, like I think what happens is people will hear me in a press conference, they'll hear me here, and they'll be like, oh, well, like they're not here every day, right? Like they don't hear, like we're constantly working at this. We're working at this better for ourselves. So it's like, it's not, we don't make excuses. Like if you ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. If you don't like the answer, then don't ask me the question. Right? Like, I mean, I think part of this job is being unbelievably transparent. The people in this state, Nebraska fans, are too smart of football fans to go up there and lie to, right? There's more people at a Nebraska press conference than I had when I was in the National Football League. The reporters are all well informed. They know football. They're smart. The fans are smart. So it's like, don't I owe it to everybody to be honest and say, hey, this, and this? If you don't like those answers, that's fine. But I'm just trying to show you respect by giving those answers. I think with our team, I think this is the year that we're gonna have to just move beyond like this. Like I said, I think we were the youngest team in the Big Ten last year, and we've gotten older fast, right? Both through the portal, but also these guys are growing up, right? Like I brought Ja'Cory Barney and those guys here to help me change the culture. Well, now they're juniors, and I'm in the Matt Rhule today, and they're out there and they're leading, right? And they know how hard this is. They know what to expect. And so when I talk about the things that have affected us, I'm not saying that they should affect us. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm saying this is what has affected us. Like Coach Snow says to me, he's like, I'm just like, we're so tired of hearing about our schedule next year. You know what I'm saying? Like, we literally use the schedule. We literally use the schedule to recruit these players to come here. Like, hey, you should come to Nebraska this year, man. We're going to play Ohio State. We're going to go play Oregon. We're going to go play Indiana. We're going to play the 3 teams that went to the CFP. Oh, by the way, we're going to play Illinois, who's a top 25 team, Washington, who's a top 25, and Iowa, who's a top 25 team. Now, you're going to play 6 top 25 teams at a minimum. You should come here because we want competitive, tough dudes. And now we're going to, all of a sudden, we're going to be like, well, oh, man, Murderer's Row next year. No. So we can acknowledge that we have quite a challenge in front of us, and that excites us. I can acknowledge that, hey, our team sometimes listens a little bit too much to the outside noise. And that's a challenge. I mean, I say that because I'm accepting that challenge. Like, I'm going to make them hear me better this year. I'm going to make them hear each other better this year. I'm going to listen better to them maybe this year. Like, I promoted Jamar Mosey to a assistant head coach, and he runs my academic meetings now. He runs my he runs the Unity Council now, right? He's meeting with them all the time. And I've just said, hey, you take this, man. Like, you affect these guys. And so we understand the challenge. And I also have to sometimes remind them some of the, Damon, we're one of, I think it's 3 teams to be top 30 defense each of the last 3 years.
I talked about that the last week or so, where you're actually one of 5, only one of 5 to finish in the top 30 in defense. I bring that up a fair amount.
And I'll say like because Ravi's point earlier, we've had back-to-back winning seasons for the first time in 10 years. And people think I'm saying that to talk about how great we did. No, I'm actually just making sure everybody remembers how bad it was before we got here. Like, what happened the previous 10 years that the University of Nebraska can't have back-to-back winning seasons? Like, so yeah, we're not happy with where we're at. But like, I'm even talking to you guys. Like, I want people to know, like, we are attacking this head on. And either, like, honestly, like, I tell the players, our coaches and staff here, either you're with us or you're against us. I cannot stand a wolf in sheep's clothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, like if you're with us, be with us. If you're not, be not. Now, that doesn't mean, like, again, I'm not saying, like, I love walking into the, I love pulling into like coffee out there in Waverly. There's like there's like a gas station, right? And a bunch of the guys that are farming, like they're out there in the morning, sometimes afterwards getting coffee. I want them to be like, what the hell was he thinking? And da-da-da. Like, I want that. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is like to our team, like, bro, either you're with us or you're not. Like just attack and move forward. And so, you know, I think sometimes the end of last year, you know, and literally the last 2 years, 3 years, is like, that's the thing we have to solve, right? We have to get better as the year goes on. And then when things aren't going our way, we have to continue to attack. And that's what I look for this year in the portal and recruiting. I was like, just find me grown men. Just find me grown men. That's why I did spring ball early, Ravi. I wanted to figure out who the grown men. Now you could be a 17-year-old grown man, but just find me the grown men who the gritty alphas who want to go fight. And you know, it's taken us a little longer here to figure out, you know, or develop them in some ways, but we got a lot of them now, and I'm proud of them. And so I like this team a lot. And I'm excited to see what they do. And but that makes sense. Like I'm not going to talk about, like, I'm not going to get to next year, Damon, and be like, hey, you know, run the road. Like I'm saying, sometimes say that to you guys because you guys like football and I like talking to you guys about football things. But with this team, it's going to be about freaking playing one snap at a time, attacking every single play, every single day, being the same guy, and just being gritty. Passion plus perseverance over time.
Let me ask you something. This is fascinating because you do have a chance with just a modicum of success this year, looking like football, landed on the line. You do have a chance to really flip and be an older football team next year, but you can't fast forward because you're a big stay in the moment guy. But there's just a lot of cannibalism, right? That I think you're. I don't know if you're trying to shield your guys from or not, right? You got other programs that are winning, softball, right? Winning, baseball, winning, basketball. Coaches, you have a fantastic relationship with, right? The Mannings, the Hoibergs, guys you rock with. And you hear this, well, you know, it really turns up the pressure on. And I'm like, yeah, you know what, guys? I don't know. I think he's other centered. He's for other people. His job is going to be his job from an aspect standpoint, regardless of what the other sports do. Do the guys, or do you catch wind of them scorekeeping with other sports? Because we do it real easy in the media and amongst the fan base.
Yeah, I don't hear that, and I think I want all the other sports to win. I think you want to create both a culture of excellence, and to quote the great North Carolina soccer coach Anson Dorrance, like, you want to have a cauldron of competition, right? So, you know, I loved, you know, I went to all three basketball team games, NCAA tournament games, right? I love Amy Williams, and she's been to the NCAA tournament for the last 5 years. You know, my daughter played volleyball on Saturday, and Harper Murray comes to the game to support her. I love the women's volleyball team. You know,
you invite Coach Manning to practice.
Yeah, Coach Manning comes to practice. You know, Coach Oates and Coach Ward, sometimes they'll come over. Like, you know, recruit was in for basketball the other day. Like, you know, I got to go talk to him and meet. I mean, like, we all work together. So, like, like, Damon, would you respect me if I said, man, I'm really feeling the pressure because baseball's winning?
No.
Like, would you respect? Would you respect? I wouldn't even respect me at all. Like, if I'm doing my job any different because of what's happening around me, then I'm not who I say I am, right? Like, so no, I don't think anything of it. I was fired up the other night when baseball came back, and then proceeded to be great. I love watching Jordy Ball and the softball team. I can't wait for Big Tens and track. I love Coach Cornell. But we're worried about us and us alone. I think it's all that kind of talk is really, you know, it's not who we are. You know that it's fun to talk about on a show. It gives someone something to talk about. But like, we're out there at 6 a.m. this morning. I was in New York City last night. I get home at 2:00 in the morning. I'm in the office at 5:30. Like, you think I'm doing that because I want to keep up with DBK? I'm doing that because that's my job, man. Like, you know, and I'm assuming she's probably doing the same thing, knowing her. So yeah, man, we're just worried about us and grinding, but also very proud of everyone that's around us.
Coach, let
me get one more in, Coach.
Okay, go ahead.
How
I got 14 minutes, so I got to be on the field.
Listen, I'm not even going to take you that long. This is it for me.
Yeah. That's what he says, Ravi. That's what he says, Ravi.
Hey, listen. Well, there you are. You started out a little surly. Now you're back.
You tell me you got 14 minutes. I'm probably going to take all of them. So,
I am curious because we haven't really talked about this since the Board of Regents and the stadium expansion, right? We're going to condense that thing. You got money set aside for renovations. You got camps that want allocations for revenue spending in sports, and then there's this stadium deal. You talk about staying dialed in to the task at hand. How do you stay dialed in with kind of the numbers and the discussion that surrounds Memorial Stadium?
Yeah, I mean, it really has nothing to do with me, right? I mean, Troy will be the first one to tell you, like, the stadium we play in, like, has nothing to do with what we're doing, right? And so I trust the people I work with, and I trust the people I work for. And so whether it's Dr. Gold, whether it's Troy Dannon, whether it's the board or Regents, like, they'll make all the right decisions in terms of what to do. I think the best thing you can do is not get distracted and you know, as I told you earlier, I'm always going to try to fight to get as much money as I can to get the players we need here. You know, that's part of my job. I feel like, right, is to raise the money to have the best roster possible. Like, I get texts from people sometimes. They're like, "Oh, what's going on with this recruit? What's going on with that recruit?" It's not even recruiting. Like, what are we talking about? It's finances. It's player acquisition. It's free agency. It's the NFL. And so, you know, like, that's part of my job, is to make sure we get the best players we can get here, both to visit and then hopefully eventually to come. You know, yeah, you know, a couple times I had a couple people say to me this summer, like, "Man, we keep getting these top tier offensive linemen here. We get down to the final 2 or 3, and they're not able to get them." And I'm like, it's because we couldn't pay as much as the other team. Like that's just what it is. And so, like, that's why we've worked so hard, and Troy's worked so hard to get, you know, the roster acquisition up. And so, but when it comes to the stadium, you know, I would like to have a type of team that, like, would play you in the parking lot, would play you in the practice field, and that, you know, that stadium, we're going to go out to this fall, just like this. If they pass the stadium, you know, there'll be some changes in the following year, and eventually the stadium will be, you know, renovated. And, like, all that really matters to me is what's the football like inside of that stadium. So I think to be able to stay disciplined and focused on what your job is, you have to have tremendous trust of the people around you. And so that's the trust I have in, you know, Troy Dannon and Courtney Gaucher and all the people, like, they know what to do. I trust them. That's not my job to worry about. My job's to worry about these players, and then the 27 class, and then, you know, all the football that we're doing right now.
Coach, I'm glad you brought up kind of those recruiting battles and what they come down to, because I keep sitting here thinking, right, and as long as you've got enough money to get into the neighborhood, I always wonder, like, if you're trying to build a program on toughness and grittiness and guys that want to stick around and be about that, if you're in the neighborhood, how much is there any hesitance from your side to want a guy that makes his decision based off of money? Does that make sense?
No, there's no hesitance. There's no hesitation for me, because at the end of the day, I think each one of us, when we're looking at a job, right, mm-hmm, we want to know that we're going to be financially taken care of. And once we know that, then we pick the best job, right? Like, then we say, like, okay, so, like, to me, these kids have only grown up in this era, so they don't know what we did before this, right? This is all they know. And, you know, for them, a lot of times there's a psychological effect of the money in terms of, like, hey, this tells me what you really think about me, right? And so I'm not saying that that's always true or right, you know, but that's how they see it. And so I think, like, I have every one of my assistant coaches, like, you know, like, hey, you know, so-and-so's trying to hire EJ, because you guys have EJ's face up there. A lot of people have tried to hire EJ the last couple of years. You know, he's an excellent running back coach. I hope everyone appreciates how good he is. He's a great recruiter. And he's opened up Chicago to us, right? I mean, Claude and Puma is good, you know, a really good young player, right? And we have some kids committed to us. So EJ's done a great job. But, like, people have tried to hire him, and it's like, well, you know, if they're going to pay him twice what I'm paying him, I can tell him I love him all I want, or that he's happy here. Like, he's probably going to take a 50% pay cut, right? I mean, he's probably going to take a 50% pay raise. But if I can get in that neighborhood, and I think the word neighborhood we have to be very careful about, because I think, like, we have to know the actual numbers to decide what the neighborhood is, right? Like, you know, so I think that's really, really important. I think one of the things with problems, something, you know, because there's not a lot of transparency, we operate in this nebulous, like, philosophical conversation, but money is money. And so dollars and cents. And so I think all of us, when we take a job, we want to know what we're going to get paid. If that's reasonable and it's satisfactory to us, then we pick the job where we'll be the happiest, where we have the best quality of life, where we have all these different things, right? So I think a player needs to know, like, hey, what's the financial component here? What's it going to mean for me? And then from there, I hope then they say, okay, these two things are close. Let me pick the school that fits me the best. I think most players want to go somewhere where they're happy and going to be successful. It's just that the money is a major part of it, right? Like, like people say to me, like, they talk about like our run defense last year, right? And which they should, and it wasn't nearly good enough. And it wasn't like 4 yards a carry; it was more explosive runs over time, right? And big explosive runs that hurt us and cause us to lose games. But no one ever says, when they think about the portal, they always think about the players coming in. But no one ever talks about the fact, and I don't care if they talk about it, but like when you think about how the portal, it helped us in some ways last year, but also hurt us in that, we lost Bakai, who was a really good player as our leading tackler. We lost Jamari Butler, who was one of my favorite players here. We lost Prince Will, who went to LSU and tore it up, Ole Miss and tore it up. So you take three guys who played a lot of football for us and take them off that defense, and you lose Ty and MJ Sherman and all those guys, man, like that starts to really, really affect you, And so I'm anxious to see everyone wants me to get rid of everyone that played last year. Wait till you see how Cam Lenhart plays this year. I feel really good about that. I feel really good about Riley and the guys we've added. I feel really good about Waneri and Cade Petschok. I mean, those guys were all a year older. But I think there's something too, like you have to just admit the money's the money. Like I remember when we had McCaffrey and we redid his contract, like he was going to play hard no matter what, but he wanted to know, like he deserved to know. And, we did DJ Moore's contract. They deserved to know that they were going to get paid in a manner requisite with the market for how they played. And once they knew that, then they could go back to focusing on football. I think it's the same thing in recruiting.
Have you seen immediate dividends, at least emotionally, with moving your practice times? I'm always curious because you study so much data.
Yeah. So I've gone back and forth on the practice times the first 2 years in terms of what to do, and I stayed with the mornings. And really, there's really two components to it, right? When we talk about like you talk about like the Big Ten as it was, right? When both before I got here and then my first year, there was like the Big Ten West, right? I remember my first year, like I think every flight was like an hour and a half. Right now we're on the plane for 3.5 hours, right? You fly in the East Coast, fly in the West Coast. So I wanted to get more sleep during the season. I wanted to be able to sleep in a little bit longer, right? So if you tell people that they have you have to have breakfast done before 7:30 and meetings start at 8 or before 7:40 meetings start at 8. They're going to get here at 6:15 every day, right? Which means they got to get in at 5:30. And so that had an impact on young people over time. And then I looked at the weather here, right? Like, so like we're out there sometimes, the field's frozen. We went earlier in the spring, like we can use the indoor, but we want to get outside. So I talked to Joey McGuire, the head coach at Texas Tech. And if you basically take our program, all the things that we say, like all the things that we do, like a lot of them, he does. He has in his building. He helped me build those when we were together at Baylor. And the one big change he did was he went to afternoon practices. And I said, what'd you think? He said, well, we had less injuries. Our guys seemed to have more energy through the course of the season. Like Damon, when you and I were in school, we were playing in the 90s. Like I didn't have a cell phone. You might have had one. I didn't have one. Like, I wasn't. You guys weren't getting.
Listen, you know my mom. You think I had a cell phone?
But these guys are getting 3 to 4 hours sleep sometimes because they're on their phone, they're scrolling. Everybody's central nervous system is all screwed up from their phones now. There's just so many things that are different. So talking to Joey, they had done a lot of studies on it, and they did it last year, or maybe the last 2 years, and he has seen tremendous dividends. So we went with it, and I thought we had a team that showed up excited every day. When we could go outside, the field was thawed. It might be 25 degrees in the morning, but it might be 45 or 50 degrees in the afternoon.
And you'll have your goofy shorts on
every time. Same guy every day. Same guy every day. Same guy every day.
Hey, who's actually kind of sneaky tough? It's DeKeel Shorts.
Yeah,
he stays in shorts.
Yeah, but he's like 30-something. That doesn't. Don't tell me anyone's tough until they're 30. He's 30-something.
Hey, listen. Do you like my clean face version of Coach Barthel?
That's so scary. That's how I looked when I first met him. He was a Golden Gloves boxer, right? So like that's Golden Gloves, EJ, right there. I way prefer the bearded, a little bit heavier version of EJ to that guy.
Oh no, you did.
That's what I told him. I told him he needs to get bearded EJ up there.
I'm gonna take a shot at him and say, look at that guy. That guy's like 220 pounds of like boxing fury right there. He's gonna call me all mad. Don't clip. Tell your guys not to clip that.
Austin, don't clip it. Coach, I got to ask you because I'm sitting here and we're big NFL draft guys. Obviously, you spent time in the league and you're trying to get your guys to the league now, and you've had a really good.
I know where you're going with this.
You've had a really good track record of that across your stops. Is I keep wondering, and I'm looking at all these guys.
No, he's mad. Just say it.
Yeah, I'm mad. I'm pretty mad. I can't understand how anybody has watched tape of Sierra Wright and isn't putting that guy on mock drafts and everything else, especially when you look at like what he did to a guy like Mekhi Lemon and what he did throughout the season where people didn't even want to throw at him. Like, what am I missing about what Sierra Wright did last year that he's not getting the draft love that I think he should?
You're 100% right. I've talked to all kinds of GMs and people. Like I remember I tried to get him in the Senior Bowl, and he didn't get in. But we got him in the East West Shrine Bowl, right, or whatever it's called. And I was down at the Senior Bowl. I go down the Senior Bowl, and I think people are probably like, "Why is he at the Senior? Why is he doing?" Well, I'm down there. I'm talking to Drew Fabianich, who's a great dude, who's running the Senior Bowl, and I'm like, "Listen, if a guy drops out, man, Sierra crushed it at the East West Shrine game. Bring him in." And he was like, "I don't think anyone's going to drop out." And then later that day, someone dropped out. The next day, Sierra was there, and he showed up, and he competed, and he was tough. And so all the scouts I talked to, he interviewed well. I think people, whoever drafts him or gets him, is going to get one heck of a football player, one of the best leaders I've been around. A guy that came here, as sort of a young man and is leaving now as a grown man. Like when I think I'm looking for grown men, that's what I'm talking about here. So I think he's a guy that has outside, inside flexibility. He can play in the slot at nickel. He can play outside at corner. He can play on special teams. I think he's a pro, and he'll play for a long time. So I agree with you completely, Ravi. People, if they're not looking at him, they're missing the boat.
How about Lutovsky, man? He seems like he's flying under the radar, maybe an undrafted free agent guy, but he's got all the tools, man. What are we missing with Lutovsky?
I talked to in pro day. I think he really helped himself at pro day.
He had a really good RAS score too.
What score?
Well, they do like these predictive measures of guys, okay. And like I'm an awesome. I just didn't hear what you said. I was going to say, yeah. I'm not interested in you making fun of me. Like,
I'm not making fun of you. No, I just couldn't hear what you said. Bro.
You've been good.
But I think he's a guy that could get drafted. And he's really powerful, explosive, big. His best football's ahead of him. He's kind of a lingering knee, so he might have a couple of medical questions that he's battled through. I mean, it's a hard thing. Like people sometimes will say things. I'm like, how many of these guys play? One thing about these kids, like Henry Lutovsky played through a lot of pain. He practiced through a lot of pain. I respect that. I can't tell you how much I respect him. And so I think he could get drafted, though. I think he has a chance. I think someone will be smart to draft him because he's got all, to your point, he's got all the measurables. He's played a lot of good football, and he's played in the Big Ten.
Coach, it is right on the dot that we got to let you go. Thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate the time, and hopefully we'll talk again soon.
Hey, can I make the reservations or what, man? Like, what's going on? I got a spot.
What spot are we going to?
I'm not going to tell you. Just say yay or nay.
Is Ravi coming?
No. Let's go. Is that an invite?
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever met Ravi. Ravi, have we ever met?
We met at Big Ten Media Days in passing, but
that's what I'm talking about. When I say meeting, I'm sorry. I mean like outside of actual work.
We have not met outside of football.
So why does Damon want to bring you?
Okay, it's fine. He can come.
He's afraid that people like me more than him. That's the problem.
All right.
You make the reservation. Let me know.
You got it. We'll see you soon.
Guys, thank you.
It's time for stars, stripes, and savings at Edwards Chevrolet. Save $12,000 off MSRP on the 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 RST, a truck deal worth celebrating. 2 Chevys, 2 ways to save, this May only. We've also got the 2026 Chevrolet Trax 1RS starting at $299 a month. Don't wait. Get in on stars, stripes, and savings this May at Edwards Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Yeah, I've been talking with Coach Cook ever since he took the job as GM about, kind of a little bit about why he got involved. And for me, it's a lot of the same reasons. Just this is such a special team, a special place, the right time in terms of volleyball, where it's going in this country. And it just, for me, it was a real privilege to get to be involved in this and understanding just the timing and everything that's going into it. It couldn't be a better fit. Yeah, you know, the athletes talk about what a privilege it is to not have to go overseas and to be here in their home country playing. And for me, it's the same thing. To get to coach professionally in the United States is incredibly special. And the idea that all of this is happening at a really early stage in the development of professional volleyball, to get to be a part of that, also incredibly special, and for me, really meaningful.
Honestly, as a young kid, moving away from my mom in 2000, I want to say 8, staying in Texas for 4 or 5 years. I had a good chance of seeing what it was like in a state where it was focused more on football, because Texas is a huge football state. But coming to Nebraska, it kind of gave me that home feel when I was in Nebraska not Nebraska, but Texas for those 4 or 5 years, which was move somewhere where I wanted to grow up fast, not have my parents around me, not kind of have them under my wing or under their wing. And I got to Nebraska, and like a lot of college athletes always say, they get to Nebraska, and the one thing that they do not realize is how much the fans mean to the state, and how much the football team means to the state, and just how much people show up. Mm-hmm. And that's what surprised me the most. Like, everybody knew who I was, my stats, all that. I'm like, man, this is crazy. But that's kind of what drew me to it, was not the fact that it wasn't anything that was special. It was more of just, I felt at home. Mm-hmm. Just like I did when I went to Texas for the first time.
Start your week off right with Hurrdat Sports Bar and Grill. Monday means pizza night. That is a 2-topping pizza for just $10. No better way to get your week started off than with a $10 2-topping pizza from Hurrdat Sports Bar and Grill. Perfect for catching the game, splitting it with friends, or keeping all to yourself with wall-to-wall TVs, cold drinks ready to go. There's no better way to kick back and kick off your week than $10 pizza night at Hurrdat Sports Bar and Grill. Monday nights just became your new game plan at Hurrdat Sports Bar. Welcome back, Hurrdat Sports Live. That's DB. I'm Ravi Lulla. We are joined now by EJ Barthel, your running backs coach at the University of Nebraska. Coach, how are we doing this morning?
Good morning. Good morning. How you guys doing?
Coach, how we doing, man? Do you have a little downtime for a second, or like how we doing?
Nah, man, it doesn't exist in college football. You know that. Come on, man. Ain't no such thing as downtime, man.
Hey, at what point did he call the staff meeting for you yesterday?
Oh, you see, you try. Now you're gonna catch me. Now you're gonna catch me. See, no, I'm not getting set up. You know, coaches. You know, coaches. Yeah, we normally have staff meetings. You know, at that time. So, yeah, just sometimes he'll cancel them. Sometimes he'll run them. So, you know. But you're trying to set me up now, bro.
Never. So diplomatic. Oh, he killed me, so you don't have to worry about that. Like in any heat that comes out of anything, he's blaming me, so it doesn't matter, man.
Oh man.
I
appreciate you guys having me on the show. I mean, I've been here, 3 seasons. My first time. Golly, I get enough heat from y'all. I can't get on the show. Golly, what?
See, this is the part of you that I need people to see. Like,
yeah, that's right.
They see the stoic, like I like to call you musclehead, where you're like bullying the guys. Like, this is funny, right? Like this is why you're good on the recruiting trail. It's like people when they need discipline, they're going to get disciplined, but and you can do it with love. But my man's got jokes too.
That's right. Listen, you coach hard and love hard. You know what I mean? Coach hard and love hard. That's how I was raised in this sport, and from a coach standpoint, I learned a lot from some great coaches. I worked under some of the best coaches in college football, and Coach Rhule being one of them. I've learned a lot of things, from my early ages as a coach, and how and it's a process, right? And so, I think the one thing about this place, and one thing about Matt and how we do things here, Coach Rhule, is like we're going to coach every aspect of the development of the kid, right? On the field, off the field, academically, mentally, emotionally, physically. I mean, all those things. We're dealing with kids. We're like uncles or second parents. So that's just kind of how I am,
Yeah. Back to real quick, because you said something around and get to. It only took 3 years because I'm in a tricky spot, right? The network has to go first. You do great stuff with Husker Sports Nightly and my colleagues, and I don't like to supersede the network. So I have to wait until they get all their good stuff out, and then when I'm on this job, it's like they throw me a few bones. So every time I get the opportunity, that's when I was like, okay, if the network's cool, I gotta get EJ. So
hey, as long as I'm here, man, I appreciate it, man. I'm here now, so I got a shot. I'm here now. I watched the show enough, so I'm grateful to be on it, man.
Let's go. See, you should have never told me that. Now I'm gonna have to say good things about you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate you, man. Trust me. I see you out there. When I catch those strays, I see you out there. I see you. I see your body language. Like oh man.
All right, so you said something interesting because people laugh at me. I said, he could have coached our room, and we had some tough guys, big personalities, and it's not just the running backs; it's the fullbacks too, right? You gotta be able to handle like a Lance Lewis or a Corey Schlesinger or some of these guys. And you said something about coaching the whole player during Coach Rhule's tenure. The off-the-field incidents versus the GPAs is something, and maybe nobody cares anymore, but it just lends credence to what you're saying about the discipline. Like, nothing ever happens in Lincoln with like the football guys, and I see like the tight ship that you guys run in terms of what to wear, where to be, what time to be there, making sure you're in class. Like, that's not by accident. It appears to be pretty intentional.
As college football is just changing, it's really kind of morphing into, I would say like, almost professional sports as it grows. There has to be an element of this. We're still dealing with young people. You know what I'm saying? And we're dealing with young people that need to learn how to become young men and young women. You know what I mean? And so successful young men and young women. And as you guys know, success very rarely comes from success, in my opinion. And what I mean by that is success usually comes from failure, right? So I think just making sure that we're helping these kids grow in every aspect and keeping them accountable from class to diet to nutrition. 1 minute late is late. From every aspect is so important when you're dealing with young people, and especially in today's age. I think it's mostly important with all the social media pressure, with all the outlets outside of sports. When we played, sports was our outlet, right? And so now there's many different outlets kids can use, and so we have to really dial in and help these kids become mature young adults very quickly. So we have to be involved, right? We have to be involved. I think it's our job as coaches to be invested in the kids, and I talk to our guys, like, especially in recruiting, like, the one thing that I want you to learn through this recruiting process is that I'm going to respect and demand your development. My light's going off here. Hold on a second.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, respect and demand your development. That's key. And if you can understand where my emotions are coming from as far as being aggressive or being accountable, and if the player knows it's coming from a place of care, they respond differently. You know what I mean? They respond differently. They know you care, and that's important. And so let's be honest, some of the demographics of kids that we recruit, sometimes more, and this isn't the right way, but more than times, a lot of these kids come from, tough structures at home, right? So we need to be that rock that provides that structure. That's how I view it.
Coach, I'm fascinated by this dynamic of sort of the personality types that people recruit at the college level, right? Whether it's just a toughness or a competitiveness. And I'm sort of curious, when you're looking at a kid, how much of it is you're looking to see if they're wired a certain way versus you're looking to see, hey, I think I can teach him these certain aspects of whether it's toughness or competitiveness. Like, and what's that balance like for you? Are there certain things you're just like, hey, that's incredibly hard to teach, I need you to come with that?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think coaching and evaluation are two different things. I think two different things. And I think within evaluation, you're really evaluating multiple things. As far as, one, you're evaluating traits of a player. Two, you're evaluating character of a player. And then three, you're evaluating the background of that player. What does his foundation look like? I think there's three elements. And in today's football, I think the foundation part is more important than ever. Like, where do they come from? Who's involved in their lives? Who are the people that are surrounding these kids? And what are you dealing with when they get here? Right. And so I think that's important. I think you need to look at all three phases in recruiting. The one thing I will say is I've been fortunate enough to start my career in personnel and evaluation. So I had to learn how to evaluate prospects. Right. Mm-hmm. So that's something I tip my hat off to Coach Rhule. Coach Rhule taught me that when I first started working for him in personnel. When we were recruiting at Temple, I'll never forget a story. He asked me a question. He goes, what do you know about recruiting? I told him my belief system, and he goes, take everything you know and throw it out the window, because that's not going to work here. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. And what I mean by that is I had to learn how to evaluate the player, the traits when we were at Temple. We had to learn to find the athletes, to find the traits we're looking for in position profiles, right? And so each position has different profiles of what you're looking for. Arm length, a 40-yard dash. A 40-yard dash, a 4.7 kid in Brooklyn is a difference of a 4.7 kid in Dallas, Texas. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? And so that's the things like that you have to learn as an evaluator. And then, you have to learn the growth potential. That's the third part, right? Like who's coaching him when he gets here? Can this coach handle this player and the things that he needs, right? So I think, again, going back, I think it's the traits of the player. I think it's the character of the player, and I think it's the foundation of the player that we look at when we're recruiting. Hope to answer your question.
Yeah.
You guys are so intentional just as a staff with how you want to recruit. And I think it reveals itself. And part of it on the back end has got to be the culture and what happens once they get here. But you do need at least some sort of a benchmark before guys get there, where your transfer portal numbers are so low, relatively speaking, as a football team with guys wanting to leave the program, even guys that think they do, and then they sometimes come back. It's like, yeah, this is a pretty good place to be. How much of that is what you're trying to explain on the front end in terms of knowing what you're dealing with versus this is kind of the culture that's in place where you better know what you're getting once you get here?
I don't know if I completely understand the question correctly. So you're asking
how much of guys wanting to be around and you getting a good handle on people wanting to be with you is done on the front end of the evaluation process versus once they get here and they're in the culture, they're like, oh man, this is a good place for me to be. I don't want to leave this either.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. So I think if I understand correctly, I think some kids are not going to fit here, right?
Yeah.
That's the reality, right? So like depending on where they come from and what kind of program they run, right? That's got to factor into, especially in an older player, he may not excel here, right? So every fit is not every kid is not automatically going to be a great fit. For example, and this is not at Nebraska, this is just college football. This is college football, in my opinion.
Okay.
If you are an older coach that has a family, right? That has a family and that has multiple things going on in your life, and you are at the end of your career, you're probably not going to want to deal with a young, immature kid because you're not going to get out of jump up out of your apartment and go run to his dorm room because that kid needs that, right? So I think it's a matter of identifying who you are as a coaching staff. What is your culture as a coaching staff? Does that kid fit in this culture here? And necessarily just because he's a great player doesn't mean he's going to be a great player here. So I hope I'm answering this question correctly.
Yeah. That's just because you guys have such low turnover.
Yeah.
Right. So when people don't want to leave, regardless of how tough it is here, what you may read or, the demands that you guys put them on as a staff or, Corey Campbell or Kristen and, to the T, all the pieces, like people aren't chomping at the bit to leave. So that I'm wondering, like behind the scenes, there has to be some good work being done in the evaluation process.
Yeah, I think that's really it. I think that's our process as far as making sure that we're getting the right type of person here, or the right type of character. I think that's important. That's such an important key for what we're doing. I mean, like some of the guys we've brought in here, they've never had the amount of accountability check-ins that we have here that they had at other places, right? Like this is not just a place where you're going to come play football and go home, right? You're going to come here and you're going to be coached in everything you do. You're going to leave here a better person, I think. And I think the kids feel that when they get here. I think the players feel that, and I think that's why we've had so much success, to be honest with you.
Hey, you said something last week in your presser. It caught me off guard. It kind of was why I asked the question I did is we're talking about development, which I don't think you get near enough credit for, but you got the same guys back in your room. And
hold on, you got to say that one more time. I didn't hear that, man. Hey, the thing got blurry, man. I didn't hear it.
Really good at development. You don't get enough credit for development. Is that good? Do you want me to say that?
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
All right. So you said something you don't hear often with, I think, the caliber of guys that you could potentially have in this room is they're on another year with you. Like everybody in that room. And the one guy that's not, you recruited. I don't know how many coaches can say that, but I kind of think it speaks to what you're talking about because you said something cool after that. It's like, I know if I need to change my EDD or my everyday drills to either pass pro or their footwork, or maybe it's stance or maybe it's ball security, because I know the guys, right? Like it's very understated and underappreciated how important that is when you want guys, especially young guys, to like level up the next year is you know exactly what you're dealing with.
That's right. I mean, that's really an advantage that I think I have right now. I think that one, my style of coaching is deliberate, right? So like, a lot of coaches are what's that?
I would agree.
I think some style of coaches that, they have their systems, they have their drills, and they just kind of, here's what we're going to do. Right. And so I think, and you've seen my running back drills, you've seen my running back meetings, you've seen me coach the guys. I really, to me as a coach, what we're doing in our drill and preparation work has to correlate directly to the football field and to what we're doing either that day or that week or that, or that season, right? That it has to make sense to me. Like if we're gonna run, like for example, like running back guys or guys come out there, line the bags up and run through the bags. Well, that's 12 minutes, right? So 12 minutes of bag work, right? If we're not working on eye development of stutter of like a counterplay and what that looks like with the backer squeezing and another backer wrapping and then where your eyes should be and how you react to that, and you're wasting time, in my opinion, right? So like you have to prepare the kids for what they're going to see on the field. You know what I'm saying? And so I think one, that's how you should be coaching, especially when you're doing your meetings and individual work. And two, I think for us, our staff and implemented by Matt, Coach Rhule, our staff, we're deliberate with what we're doing in practice, right? Like, so for us, I'm going to put down like, hey, player X, you have to get better today at 1, 2, and 3 things. Hey, player C, you have to get better at 1 and 2 things. Here's the things, and then I'll ask them, what's today's focus for you? Hey, coach, my focus is for hand placement. When I get on a linebacker, my hands need to be on the inside number. I need to work on having violent hands. Hey, coach, my hands is when I catch and tuck the ball, I'm catching the front tip. Immediately have to tuck and get vertical right now, right? So like deliberately making sure they know one thing at a time, what they're getting better at every single day, I think is a way to develop, right? And so if the kids don't understand what they need to get better at every day, then I think you're just kind of like you're kind of just running the hamster wheel, right? You're putting the drills out there, but like, is it being effective for every kid and specifically the guys that are going to play for you on Saturday?
Yeah, one of the and why I get so passionate about this is obviously just understanding a position, but people sometimes can be a little bit critical or they can assume too much. And I'm just going to take Emmett for example, where a year ago. I may say something like during a game in the opportunities, just a little too busy behind the line of scrimmage, or you want to make sure when he's making moves, he's like gaining ground or whatever the critique may be. And then I'm watching it as the year evolves this year. And I'm like, man, look how he presses the point of attack, or the sneaky timing with like duo when he gets motion versus when it's not, or so those little nuances that I'm watching guys develop in terms of their patience and pressing the point of attack. It's like those are intentional, but you don't often hear guys get, and credit's bad. Like I'm not a big, well, make sure this guy gets his pound of flesh, but I do think we assume with the running back position that a lot of it's like 90% on the player and 10% on the coach, when learning how to run is actually a thing. Like I could see that development with EJ in particular, if we're going to use that example, or Mosey, who's actually learning to be a real running back with his vision and patience and anticipating who's playing over the top, or Mackay learning to now run behind his pads. Like those are things, like little things that you can see happen that have to be intentional in that running back room.
I'm sorry. I'm leaving this room, but the sensors keep messing me up here. It's unbelievable. Man. You at least get a nice view of the facilities.
Yeah,
like
we just get to see this palatial estate that you.
Yeah, that's right. So, I think a couple of things you talked about I want to address. Right, the first thing I think you talked about right there is the running back coach is not, necessarily a teacher or developer. He's just it's mostly the player. When I hear that, it drives me crazy, right? Because you play the position, right? So the elements that you need to learn of all the positions. It's kind of crazy when people say that to me. I just kind of like, man, it's like, wow, man, do you understand how hard it is to dissect your eyes pre-snap and post-snap, and protection in the run game and outside zone, inside zone, tight zone, timing, patience, tempo, et cetera, et cetera. Hey, Mackay, here's Mackay here.
Oh, yeah, where's Mean Face? Put him
on.
Where's Buddha?
There goes a little knucklehead.
What's up, y'all?
How you doing, man?
I'm good. How y'all?
I'm good. So I figure you're smiling because you're with you're with your guy, but man, you look good, man. What's the weight right now?
I'm probably gonna be like 197 today. I was 196 yesterday.
All right. Would you finish your meal at my house this time around with weighing 196? He was.
If I finish a meal at your house, I'll probably be like 200.
EJ, he was so paranoid. He was like watching his diet.
Yeah.
You look good. Bro.
Yeah, this guy tell you, shoot, I'm on every single day around him, man. Hey, what's your weight? What's your weight? You know, I mean, again, it's talking about being deliberate, right? Every guy's got to be, we got to be locked into making sure that, he's a young guy. He's got to learn how to. The next phase is being mature in his diet, and it sounds something so easily, but you have to be very, very disciplined. You know what I mean? So, let me finish my interview, man. I'll get out of here.
Makai, tell him to tell his family hello for me.
I got you.
All right.
So I guess what I'm saying is here, man. So I think that's kind of a wild statement. You know what I mean? Like as far as the development process isn't important for the running backs, right? So there's some God-given players in the running back position. There's guys where you can hand them the ball and they can just go, right? We're not talking about those guys. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Like there's probably like what, like every year in college football, maybe one or two of those guys, right? Three of those guys. And, so if you have a guy like that, I've been around Saquon Barkley. I've seen that happen, right? So I've seen guys that you can just give the ball and they can figure it out, right? But very rarely does that exist, right? And so when I was assistant running back coach at Carolina, working with Christian, I remember the night before, when Coach Nix I was working under, he's like, "Hey, you got Christian in drills tomorrow." I remember being all nervous, man. I was like, "Oh, I was a young coach, at that time," and I'm thinking, like, man, like, this is the best running back in the world. Like, what am I going to tell this guy? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? What's he going to learn from me, right? And so I was like, you know what? I'm just going to be like deliberate about the basics and fundamentals. And he missed a read in outside zone, and I ripped him for it. And I come back, say, "Man, you got to press this and hit that." And he looks like he goes, "Oh, thank you, appreciate that." Next rep, your hands were low. Thank you, appreciate that. And he sent me a text that night saying, "Hey, man, like keep staying on me about the fundamentals. Keep staying on about fundamentals, right?" And I realized, like, that's the most important piece as a running back coach. You have to develop all aspects of the run game and protection game, but you have to develop it. You can only get great at one thing at a time. You can't go into a practice trying to get better at 5 things, right? Like we got and Emmett is a great example. Like I could tell you exactly spring, season, things he had to work on, what he had to achieve. His first year with me, he had to just he had to learn the cycle of the snap, right? Like the play is called, and then there's 6 seconds between the play being called and the ball being snapped. Within those 6 seconds, where do my eyes go? Mm-hmm. Where do they belong? Mm-hmm. When the ball snapped, where do my eyes go? Right. So as a young player, you have to learn that. Right. So I think his first year with me, he had to learn the cycle of the snap. Right. Making sure his fundamentals were right, his footwork, his mesh point, kept getting the ball, putting his eyes in the right place. And then the second part, once you learn the cycle of the snap, then I think for Emmett, he had to actually go out there and do it, right? He had to go out there and find success. He had to miss reads. He had to miss reads to understand what that feels like and what that looks like, right? So his second year, his first year, you'd hear, "Oh, well, he would stop his feet too much, or wouldn't hit the hole," right? Because and it wasn't necessarily he wasn't seeing it; he just wasn't experienced at it yet, right? And so the second year, you got to see him really 2 things. You got to see him understand the run game, understand the pass game as far as route technique, and he really learned how to compete, right? Like he learned Ramir Johnson and Dante, he learned how to compete, right? Like in camp during the season. And I think when you learn how to compete and every single practice, you're trying to master your craft as far as what your aiming point is on duo, where your eyes need to be, how I need to react on outside zone, on tight zone, on counter, on pin and pull. Like there's every single run is different. So when you learn that part of it, you come out of that thing like the shiny toy. Like, all right, now I know I have my arsenal, I have my weapons, I have my running back menu. And now, like, for example, last year, Emmett Johnson's deliberate practice was different than Mekhi Nelson's deliberate practice. I had to make sure that when I had free time of 6 minutes, 7 minutes here, I had to work on a choice route step with a hand swipe on Emmett to get reps at that, while Mekhi still had to work on
maybe pressing the point of attack or whatever.
pressing the point of attack, seeing the mic point. If the wheel flies over top on dual, I can replace the wheel, right? So, like, that's important, man. Like, you got to learn every single thing. You're not going to learn all these little things just one time, just all at once. You have to slow it down, dissect it, and demand you get better at one thing at a time. And that's what you saw with Emmett Johnson.
You guys are so close, and we're weird prima donnas. And I tell these stories, and you talked about a natural guy, and you don't have them often. I mean, the first scrimmage we're watching, they wanted the older guys to cheer on the younger guys. I'm watching, 3s versus 3s and 4s versus 4s. And LP rips off like 7 long runs. These old school ugly Converse, right? And I mean, it's just house call after house call. My man Ed Stewart, who was playing defense at the time, he put his arm around me. He said, "Well, young buck, looks like you got your work cut out." Right? So it's just like, and to be able to cheer for those guys and to have our room as tight knit as it was. Like, that's when the magic happens, right? Because what you're talking about, if you get 6 or 7 minutes with EJ, you get a couple of minutes with Mekhi, you get a couple of minutes with Mike. It's like they have to understand and be mature enough to know it's different for me. I may not be getting the same feedback, but it's for me, and then I can cheer for those guys, because that's really when the magic happens in your room as a totality, right? I'm looking at Connor Booth. He may have had the best run of the day the other day, and he didn't say nary a word, right? Nobody said anything to him, and I'm just like, you need a room like that, because the floor gets so much closer to the ceiling that way when your room gets along.
That's right. I think if you're pushing, and I'm going to coach every guy like they're a starter, right? Like, I'm not going to lose focus on the guys that are playing that we know are going to play. But we believe that you have to push the bottom of the room, and if you push the bottom of the room, and I mean bottom as far as experience, right? The bottom of the room, that's going to raise the top of the room. There's no question when Emmett would see Mekhi bounce the duo and outrun the defense in practice. There's no question. His mind is like, okay, I got to get on my job here. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
I'm ready. Like, when he could have taken a day off for a couple of reps, he's like, no, man, no.
Exactly right. And that's I'm sure that's how your room was. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh man, this guy is coming for me, man. And so that's healthy competition. Honestly, when I was at the combine with Coach Rhule, and the amount of GMs and player personnel people and coaches that came up to me and talked to me about how they loved Emmett's interviews and the way he competed and all those things. Like, it was really it was really satisfying, and I just felt really grateful in that moment to hear all the things that we preach about really come to life. You know what I mean? And so, but you're right, man. I think it's competition and pushing each other. That's how you get better. And we're fortunate right now. We got a good room.
Coach, I kind of want to ask you about the relationships within a coaching staff, right? Because I think a lot of times as fans and media, we silo things off, like, oh, the running backs aren't playing well, it's the running back coach's fault, and the wide receivers aren't playing well, it's the wide receiver coach's fault. But especially with your room, right? How important is the relationship between like you and Dana Holgorsen and Geep Wade to understand, hey, this is what
Satterfield.
Yeah, it's Satterfield. Like this is even to kill shorts, right? Like the blocking on the perimeter is incredibly important to understand, hey, this is what my room does well versus this is what your room does well versus this is the kind of game that Coach Holgorsen likes to call. Like, how important are those relationships that maybe people don't see all the time?
I mean, those are extremely important to me. I think like the chemistry that we have in the room, right? The expectations. One, like if you come to our practice, you're going to see me and Coach Shorts competing.
Oh,
You know what I mean? I want my guys to do great, and he wants his guys to do great. And so I think it keeps us accountable as coaches as well, right? It keeps that energy and making sure that, one, listen, it's got to be professional. There's got to be genuine love there, right? We can't, you got to stay together. We have to leave the room all as one. That's important. And two, I think like us pushing each other helps you get better, right? And so, like it makes the room better, it makes being here better, it makes the energy, your players feel the energy you guys have as a staff, and so, we are a tight crew right now, and so we got to know each other better, and then we got to know each other as individuals, how to push each other, how to communicate with each other. That's a learning process too, right? Like, how is this coach going to respond if I crack a joke at him? Is he going to, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? So you got to learn those guys. And I think going on year 2 with Coach Hogue and DeKeel and now just spending time with Geep, learning his character, and it helps the communication process. And I think that's important. It helps the energy at practice, and the players, especially young teams, they feed off that energy. You know what I mean? And so we read a book, Pete Carroll's Win Forever. And in that book, he talks about he felt when he was at USC that like it was the coach's job to bring the energy to players at practice, and that was a difference maker. And that really hit home for me because that's what we do. That's kind of my mindset, right? I want to make sure that my guys, not my guys, our guys, the running backs, that they understand practice is like a game, and it's no different. That intent. The seriousness of that, the intent, and each rep matters, right? We cannot. There's no time for anything other than elite effort and elite focus on each rep. Because if we miss a rep in a 12 play, if we miss 2 reps on a 10-play script, I mean that's big time. So, the practices are really important.
Yeah, I'm just going to tell you 2 things. Number one, you're the only guy other than Coach Williams, that I have to wait for like the right moment to go in and try to get a love hug. Because you guys, neither one of you talk. You're always intense. Your fists are clenched. I'm like, I just want to go say hi to my guys. I wait. So I always appreciate that. But you referenced the competition with Coach Shorts. I can't believe how tough he is. I tell him every day, whatever the temp is, my man is rocking shorts, Coach Barthel. Like, you got to get DeKeel's toughness when it comes to tackling the weather, because he gets busy out there in some shorts, man. I don't know what it is, but, man, that he gives 2 cares about what the weather's doing.
I'd say, well, one, he's from Jersey, so I understand where that comes from. You know what I'm saying?
Good point.
You know what I'm saying? But the reality is that he got 10 years on. I got 10 years on him, man. So you know what I mean. He's still trying to prove his toughness. I ain't got to prove it no more. You know what I'm saying? I'm seasoned. You know what I mean?
Don't let DB shame you into trying to wear shorts all the time.
It ain't happening, bro. It is not happening. Trust me. I ain't messing around with that cold, man. I don't know. I never understood that. How does toughness correlate with being cold? I still don't get that.
I'm wearing a jacket in here right now because you break this thing down to like 60 degrees every morning.
Oh, man. I remember when I was a player, I come out with my sleeves on. People like, man, you soft. I said, this ain't got nothing to do with being soft, man.
I appreciate the time, man. Coach, the captain gave us his blood. I call Keith the captain, right? Because he's always trying to deal. And I appreciate it. You said, hey, did you clear this with Keith? I said, all right, I'll be right back. I said, hey, Keith, can I get Coach? And he's like, is it good with it? I'm like, that's my guy, man. I think I can get him right.
Oh, man. I appreciate y'all having me on here, man. It's been, like I said, I've been waiting to get on here, man. And so I'm really blessed to be here. Listen, I took this job. I don't want to keep talking about it. I took this job. I knew what it meant, right? Like to bring the run game back to the standard of college football. I thought that was the ultimate challenge. You know what I mean? And so, not saying that we're done, but I think we made a nice jump last year, and I think that we continue to make that the goal. And I know how important the running back position here is at Nebraska. I know how important the run game here is in Nebraska. I tell recruits that when I'm recruiting them, like if the running back means more here at Nebraska. And so, it's really a prideful job. I'm really happy to be here. I'm really grateful to be here. I'm grateful for the fans and their support. And I'm just grateful for you guys and everything. And so I really appreciate you guys having me on here, man. It's been awesome.
Hey, one last thing. When I get in one of your individual drills, I just want you to teach. I don't want to hit the gauntlet. I messed with the arms out there the other day. Still a little stiff. Let's get some WD-40 on those things and loosen those things up a little bit. But I just want you to teach me to walk and talk with my phone. Like if you can, the interview today with your skills and your eyes still up, that's the old running back in you, never looking at the ground. Teach your boy.
Hey, that's recruiting right there, man. That's FaceTime recruiting right there, man.
That's right. You get reps. That's right.
I get reps at it, man. Distractions. I got lights coming, players coming, man. Come on, man. I'm ready. I'm built for this.
I've been trying to get DB to do a little more recruiting where he's at, but he won't listen to me. So
now I got to play against your guys. See how you go.
Oh, man. I feel
Yeah, we'll leave that alone. We're good.
I got you.
Appreciate the time. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
Great talk with you guys, man. Take care. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Coach.
It's time for Stars, Stripes, and Savings at Edwards Hyundai. Lease the 2026 Hyundai Palisade SE all-wheel drive starting at $339 a month. Big savings to start May right. 2 great Hyundais, 1 big May event. Let's go. We've also got the 2026 Hyundai Elantra SE. Sign and drive for $0 down, starting at $249 a month. Don't wait. Get in on Stars, Stripes, and Savings this May at Edwards Hyundai.
Yeah, I've been talking with Coach Cook ever since he took the job as GM about, kind of a little bit about why he got involved. And for me, it's a lot of the same reasons. Just this is such a special team, a special place, the right time in terms of volleyball, where it's going in this country. And just for me, it was a real privilege to get to be involved in this and understanding just the timing and everything that's going into it. It couldn't be a better fit. Yeah, the athletes talk about what a privilege it is to not have to go overseas and to be here in their home country playing. And for me, it's the same thing. To get to coach professionally in the United States is incredibly special. And the idea that all of this is happening at a really early stage in the development of professional volleyball, to get to be a part of that, also incredibly special and for me, really meaningful.
Honestly, as a young kid, moving away from my mom in 2000, I want to say 8, staying in Texas for 4 or 5 years, I had a good chance of seeing what it was like in a state where it was focused more on football, because Texas is a huge football state. But coming to Nebraska, it kind of gave me that home feel when I was in Nebraska Texas for those 4 or 5 years, which was move somewhere where I wanted to grow up fast, not have my parents around me, not kind of have them under my wing or under their wing. And I got to Nebraska, and like a lot of college athletes always say, they get to Nebraska, and the one thing that they do not realize is how much the fans mean to the state, and how much the football team means to the state, and just how much people show up. Mm-hmm. And that's what surprised me the most. Like, everybody knew who I was, my stats, all that. I'm like, man, this is crazy. But that's kind of what drew me to it, was not the fact that it wasn't anything that was special. It was more of just, I felt at home. Mm-hmm. Just like I did when I went to Texas for the first time.
That's DB. I'm Ravi Lulla here at Hurrdat Sports HQ. We are happy to be joined now by Phil Snow. He's the associate head coach at Nebraska. Coach Snow, how are we doing this morning?
What's up, guys?
Coach, how we doing, buddy? We got you set up. Like, who helped you? That's all I want to know. How we get this done?
Well, our video guy's pretty good, Martin. So he got me. You're right about that. I don't know anything I'm doing with this video stuff.
What time did you get up this morning?
Oh, I normally get up between 4 and 4:30 every morning.
That's what I heard. Did you hit the 10-minute plank?
Today I'm doing it today. I've been working out at noon trying to change my routine. So
You want to shock the body? What are we doing?
yeah, I'm trying something different. You know, when you get my age, you got to be different.
Hey, so listen, speaking of getting out of bed, I don't know what you've done to my son, but he absolutely thinks the world of you. I asked him yesterday, I said, hey, we got Coach Snow on. And he's like, oh, man, I might have to tune in for that. Can you send me a link? And I go, I've been doing this for years. And at no point have you ever been, oh, I rock with my dad. I want to see what he's doing. Like, I don't get it. From day one, you guys have been kind of connected. I asked him why. He said he's a straight shooter and he's a super good teacher. Would you agree with those adjectives?
No, Caleb's your kid's a great kid. So really intelligent, wants to learn. So, over the years, I've been coaching 49 years, so I maybe learned a few things to help players. So, but I've got to stay in my lane. So, we've got coordinators and position coaches, so I try to help when I can.
So, Coach, I want to talk about that for a second here, because I do think there's a lot of people that are like, what is his lane? How does that work with the existing defensive staff, especially? Like, how would you describe your role within the staff and the way it's constructed?
Well, I think one of the things that I was really fortunate, the old coaches, when I grew up, mentored us young guys. And when we weren't doing stuff that they thought was correct, we would sit down and visit about it. And, that is kind of a lost deal. So, and Matt knows that I like to mentor coaches. I try to help them in any way we can. If you just look at the staffs we had at Temple and Baylor, where they're at today, is amazing. So that's one of my jobs, is to help with the staff. And then the second is that if, I sit in the defensive meetings and if in the staff meetings, obviously, and if there's something I think that can help or a different idea that may help, I bring those things up. Now, if they don't want to use them, that's fine. I just think there's different ways of doing things. And if you haven't done them, I think it's important that you hear that there are different ways of doing it and analyze, every avenue you can to win. So that's really my role in the staff.
We don't have to compare and contrast, because I don't think there's real growth in that. But if I start with where we're at with guys in the building, and you and I have watched a lot of practices together, I think one of the things that I'm enjoying right now is the actual teaching part, where our guys can get on a knee, they'll pull kids to the side. We're very specific. I think Yelk just loves football, and Rob, Coach Brown.
Yep.
And it's so intentional. Is there still that place? You hear all the got to win now and there's no honeymoon, but we still want to develop too. How do you like how you're meshing, or those worlds are coexisting, where you got to do some portal stuff, but you had a real high roster retention. You're still teaching. Like it looks a little different from my vantage point, at least this year.
Yeah, I think the staff that Matt hired on defense are really good teachers. They all came from lower levels, most of them, and started at lower levels and worked their way up. So, they have a burning desire to be successful and teach and get players to perform. If you look at Indiana, that's what they've done. They've done a great job of coaching their players. And so I think this staff they're really good teachers, and I've had fun being around them. They like football. They want to hear different ideas. And so it's been fun.
let me ask you something, because people say this a lot. I remember one time Coach Pelini was talking. He took the podium and he was talking about a couple of players, and he said, "You know what? You could tell he really loves football." And I think to the layperson, it can take people a little back. Like, well, how do you do it if you don't really love it? And I would explain, like, sometimes people just do things because they're good at it, but I don't know how much they love it. When you say they're football guys, do you think we misinterpret like what that really means? Because sometimes you'll think, well, they've been coaching. How aren't they like football guys? But there's levels to this, right?
Oh, there certainly is. And you know, the end product is the video, is how you play, right? How hard you play, how physical you play, how detailed you are, and this staff has proven that over time. If you watch their video, their guys play hard, they're physical, and they know exactly what to do. So that's the bottom line. People that love football, you can tell by how their players play football. So that's how I would grade if I wasn't a football coach.
Huh.
That's really interesting. Go ahead.
No, that's fascinating. So because and listen, I know Coach Rhule really well, not near as well as you, but he's super transparent with me. And I think he talked about wanting to go. He goes, the longer I do this, DB, the more I want to find guys that love football, that love competing. Do you see that, or do you see the intentionality in that with who he wants in the building? Because you don't just stumble in to those attributes, right? You got to try to recruit it, and then you have to fine tune it. Can you see it from the top down approach?
Yeah, there's no question. So, over the years, we've always said, if you want a kid that intercepts the ball, find one that does it at every level, right? If they're not going to just do it at your level. And so it's the same thing with toughness and people that love football. I'll give you an example, and I tell the coaches this. I said, guys, how do you evaluate whether a kid loves football? Well, in the old days, what we would do is when we went to the home visit, we would go in their bedroom because their bedroom is who they are. And if there's no football in their bedroom, he doesn't love football. And so you have to find ways, because kids will tell you they love football, and they do it because they're good at it and what it brings to them, but they really don't love it. And that's why I think like if you take Indiana, they have went out in the portal and they always get older players because they can evaluate on video whether they love football.
Yeah.
And how well they play. If you look at their portal guys, they're 23 years old. Mm-hmm. And so they're not taking chances on that. They want the end product already there. And so my point is that if you want a tough kid and a kid that loves football, you better recruit one because, sometimes you can bring a kid along in those areas, but you prefer to have those qualities coming in.
Coach, talking about qualities you prefer coming in, I want to kind of move to the coaching staff here for a second, because I find it really interesting. We have these conversations about continuity all the time, right? You want to have continuity on your players, you want to have continuity on your staff, but it's also really important to have guys that fit right. And a lot of times you don't know if it's a good fit until people get there or until it starts working out. How do you said you've been coaching for almost 50 years here. Like, how do you kind of balance the idea of, it'd be nice to keep a group together for several years versus, hey, when it's not working, it's not working and you got to move on?
Yeah, I think Matt did a nice job of that in this offseason. I think there were some things that he didn't like. That doesn't mean that the people that he were doing stuff that weren't great coaches, but they just didn't fit into who he was. So he went out and made some adjustments and got the people that he believed are going to fit the culture that's here. So, I mean, that's what you got to do. A lot of times, it doesn't mean when a guy leaves that he's not a great coach. He just doesn't fit the culture. And each program, there's different ways to skin a cat. When we went to Baylor, guys, Art Briles, they practiced for an hour and 15, 20 minutes. That's all they practiced. They met for a half an hour a week with the players and won 80-some% of their games. Well, we weren't structured that way. our deal is hard work and put in the hours, and so there's just different ways to skin a cat. So sometimes a guy just doesn't work out from a philosophical standpoint, and you got to move on. Doesn't mean they can't coach.
I want to pull it. We went through this deal with Athlons. There's anonymous coaching quotes, and there's something interesting at the tail end of this on Coach Rhule. Obviously, somebody that I like a ton. I've spent a ton of time around, but I've been very open about. I'm like, gosh, I there's this part of me that would love to come to work for him, but it would be tough to work for him because he's very demanding. Like he works extremely hard. And I think he wants you to earn money, right? He just doesn't. We had these conversations about him not wanting his staff or his players to think this is Disneyland because they have it so good at Nebraska, right? He's always working against that. I want you to read I want you to read the bottom part of this quote. Can you pull this up for? You can block us and leave Coach Snow on here. The bottom, it says, head coach Matt Rhule had. He's got some great aspects. He can make you run through a wall, but there's just always so much turnover with the staff. I know that's a tough environment for those coaches to be in. Rhule makes it like that on purpose because he doesn't want you to get comfortable. I don't want to say his model isn't going to work, but I don't know. Like when you hear that, do you have any? How do you ascertain that anonymous synopsis of the work environment?
Well, I'll be honest with you I was with Matt 10 years and we didn't have very much turnover.
Mm.
So I don't think any organization, I think the more you can keep your people in place that believe and everybody's on the same page and working to the same goals, you don't want to lose people. I think good organizations don't, but I think this is, Matt, through the process has, there's some guys that have come in that just haven't fit. And so, that if they don't fit, you have to move on.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what's happened here. It's not, I'll give you an example about who Matt is. I was a DC at the Carolina Panthers, and after our second year, we were second in the league in defense. And he would come in and address everything that we did not do well. And the coaches in the NFL said, who the hell is this guy? What's he talking about? We're second in the league in total defense. And every time he comes in here, it's negative.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not negative. You have to, if you don't continue to grow and get better every year, and that includes the scheme evolving and because people catch up. And Matt knows that. So he is always demanding that we're trying to find an edge to put us over the top. And so he's going to continue to do that at Nebraska until he gets over the top. And we have not gotten over the top yet. So if it took a few staff changes, if he's in there questioning certain things, then you have to listen. He's done it. He's been successful. And so it's not, everybody said Nick Saban was really hard to work for. No, yeah. Nick Saban was just demanding every day.
And he could turn over a staff. Because the thing that I thought that was interesting about that quote, why I wanted to get your take on it, because I think we both think very highly of Coach Rhule. And one of the reasons why I would tell Ravi, he's like, oh, you're going to leave me one day for Nebraska. And I'm like, the one thing that I would question me is every time I have a conversation, doesn't matter if we're eating or we're at practice, I always typically leave. And I think to myself, I have got to be better, right? Like there's just this aspect. He doesn't really listen to complaining. He doesn't like bitching and moaning. And so I had to kind of self-assess real time. I'm like, all right, that wouldn't be hard to be around. I just would have to focus on the right things. So I'd have to ask myself, is that something I could do? Not whether his vantage point was unhealthy or not. I just have to say, if I'm not going to be able to complain.
Yeah, am I built that way?
Am I really built that way? You know what I mean? Like it just forces you to reevaluate. Instead of talking about what you're not or what you don't have, he just likes to talk about solutions. That takes a very certain type of self-aware person in this profession.
It does. I think if you address life that way, you're going to be pretty successful. I worked for a guy for 14 years, Bruce Snyder. He's now dead. He's a hell of a football coach. And if you ever brought up or complained about something, then you had to have the answer that you thought would cure it. And I think, you can complain about stuff, but have a solution for it. Too many of us, we complain and that's all we do, right? That we haven't thought it through and said, okay, how can we fix this? And so I think that's the big issue. How do you fix things that are not right? And you can, and so that's who Matt is. Matt, he doesn't mind if you bring up something that you don't like, but have a solution for it. And if you do, he'll think through it, and then it leads to a staff discussion. And normally, with all the great minds in the room, if you address something, you're going to come up with a pretty good solution. So, that's who Matt's about.
It's brilliant. Like sometimes I'll see it real life, right? Real time. We'll be watching practice or something, and he'll say, "Hey, listen, guys, like stop with the signals. Let's just see if they can play through it." And as a coach, it's like, oh boy, like I can't do my thing. What? This is new. Like you just want them to have to like go with it. Like I could see where over time, that's like if you can do it both ways and still want to teach and still enjoy evaluating, but want to operate in the uneasiness, like just learning to operate being uncomfortable, like it's over time, that's going to be pretty freeing. At least that's the way that it looks to me, but I don't have to do it every day. It just seems like that's something that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, one of the things Matt does is even if you have a practice plan, he will change it and nobody knows but him.
Yeah.
And the reason he does that is that's how the football game's played.
Yeah.
Things happen in a football game where you now have to reset and say, okay, this is the situation, let's attack it. And so, it's when I first went to work for him, I was with guys that every minute was accounted for, and you did it exactly how the practice plan was. And so when I went to work for Matt, that drove me nuts the first year. But when you see the method to the madness, it is like a football game. And so that's what he tries to do, and I think it's really effective.
Coach, I'm wondering, obviously you've been with Coach Rhule a long time, whether it's Temple, Baylor, Carolina, and now Nebraska. I'm curious what you think some of the differences are outside of the obvious. Obviously, transfer portal and NIL weren't around when you were at Temple and Baylor the way they are now. What are some of, outside of those things, though, what are some of the differences you've noticed in terms of whether it's playing in the Big Ten, whether it's kind of how expectations of the fan base impact the way things are perceived? Like, what are some of the differences you've noticed at this stop?
Well, I think, first of all, there's a lot of things at Nebraska. Each school has its own set of issues. Everybody thinks, Nebraska's a great job. Well, Nebraska does have a set of issues, and one of them is the history of this university, how many football games they've won. But how long ago was that? It's been over 20 years probably, right? Mm-hmm. So you're fighting that a little bit when you come in. That's always an issue. You're playing in a conference that has some elite programs. Now, I know when it was two divisions, the division Nebraska was in was probably the easiest.
Oh, the old Legends leaders or the West? Which one? The first one?
Well, the last one they were in. I thought they did.
That was Big West, right?
Yeah, Big Ten West.
Yeah. So, that's all different now. Mm-hmm. So there's some issues that make the job, a tough job. Which college football, all of them are tough jobs, today. So, but until you get your culture set, and if you talk to Matt, we are still, we still have a step to take, and that's what he's hoping this group will do, is take the next step. And we play, because really when you turn on the tape, it's all about how hard you play, physical, and how detailed you are. And ultimately, all those things lead to not beating yourself. If you don't beat yourself and you play to your capability, well, whatever happens, happens. and you can live with that. So that's where we're at, and he is working diligently to get that over the hump. And that's why you see new staff members. We have a new quarterback. There's a lot of different issues or situations that we have changed to hope to get over the hump.
We've had some fantastic, and sometimes I feel bad because I know sometimes you just want to watch practice, and I like the technical stuff. You like the technical stuff, whether they're in twos and they're getting the A gap, or it's 4 down versus 3 down, or like whatever you're letting me ask you about. If you could draw it up and you want to be efficient in this conference, give me the top 2 or 3 things you'd say defensively you have to be able to do.
Okay, so really when you look at football, if you don't give up big plays, you win 3rd and 4th down, and you play in the red zone really well, you're going to win a lot of football games. Those are the 3 areas that are the most critical. Again, you can't give up big plays. You got to win 3rd and 4th down, and you got to win in the red zone. Hold people to field goals and score touchdowns on offense in the red zone. If you're really good in those 3 areas, you're going to win a lot of football games. But how do you get good in those 3 areas? The amount of detail and execution, and how physical you are, and how fast you play, all those things lead to playing well in those 3 areas. But really, that's what it comes down to, those 3 areas.
What dealt you the most fits with offenses in the red zone? We're going to take a pretty deep dive into red zone offense efficiencies and how Nebraska can score more touchdowns versus no points or field goals, and defensively to limit touchdowns. Obviously, that's a key you talked about. What deals you the most fits when teams got in the red zone?
Well, okay, on either side of the football, the number one thing you have to be able to do in a red zone if you're going to score or stop people is you got to stop the run and be able to run the football in the red zone, which becomes harder because everybody's closer to the football. But that's number one. Number 2 is, and in the National Football League, Aaron Rodgers led the red zone every year. And it wasn't the initial play. It was his ad-libbing and moving, and he would score. It was unbelievable at a rate. Well, if you look at us last year, we couldn't stop the run in the red zone. We didn't run the ball real efficient in the red zone, and we had a quarterback that didn't move very well. And we didn't play against the quarterbacks that move well down there. So those are the things. You got to be able to run and stop the run, and then I think the quarterback's mobility and ad-libbing down there is a huge factor in scoring points.
Okay, Coach.
And stopping people.
We've been talking about kind of the mobile quarterback factor in the red zone a little bit previously, but I also want to ask you a question here. How much outside of the ad-libbing, right? That I think that part makes sense. You have to cover guys for longer. You have to kind of scramble drill a little bit. That makes it really hard on a defense. But when you have a quarterback that is capable of that and that can move a little bit, how does that help you run the football better in the red zone when everything is still so condensed?
Well, one of the things, if you look at Indiana, you look at all these teams, they run the quarterback. Iowa did a great job last year running the quarterback in the red zone too. If you want to get better in running the football. So as we all know, if the tailback carries the ball on defense, we can add one more player than they have. Okay. Yeah. So we have a good chance of stopping them. But once the quarterback now carries the ball, they got a hat for a hat. And so I think the quarterback run game is really vital down there too. And it's really vital on 3rd and short and 4th and short to keep the chains moving down there. So, and that's one of the things our new guy can do. Anthony can run with the football. You can have quarterback runs in your offense that now create different problems. I'll give you an example. It's been a run around, and Damon, you guys ran it a bunch at Nebraska. Is speed option against blitz?
Oh yeah.
You know, our guy can do that now.
Yeah.
And so you're going to blitz us down there. We can run speed option, and it's out the gate. So there's a lot of different ways that the athletic quarterback can help you, even in the run game.
You know, I kind of, I watch a lot of what you guys want to do I know a little bit about your history. Obviously, I mean, Tempe was a nightmare for us when we saw you guys and Coach Snyder down there. How important is simplicity versus or in addition to being able to play fast? Like, how do those two things coexist?
Okay, here's what I learned this from Monty Kiffin that knowledge is power. And the more knowledgeable you are about your subject, the more simplistic you can teach it. And so, which allows you to do more on defense. And when you really listen to a good teacher, they are powerful because their knowledge of what they're teaching, they can make it so simplistic where another guy teaching the same thing is so complicated. And it's all because of knowledge. And so if you look at Indiana right now, everybody says, they are really good on defense. They do a lot of stuff on defense. But they've got to be great teachers. And they're getting their message across. And it's 24/7. You've got to, and so they're executing and they're playing at a high level. So I think that's the key, is that you have a complicated enough system, all right, that guys can execute and good teachers can get that done.
Coach, speaking of simplicity and kind of execution, we talked to Coach Wade last week, and he talked about them running the same play at Georgia Tech 497 times, I think was the number. and he talked about, just being able to do that one thing at a really, really high level. When you're facing a team like that, you're helping run a defense, or you're running a defense as you have for many years, and you're facing a team like that, what are the challenges of a team that does like 2 or 3 things really, really well,
Iowa,
and executes them really, really well, versus a team that does a lot of different things? Maybe they don't execute it at a super high level, but you just never know what's coming. What does that look like from the other side of the ball when you're dealing with that?
Okay, I think there's a place for both. I think people with high volume of defense or offense have been successful, and then people with very little, like Damon, when we played you guys in Rose Bowl, or in that Rose Bowl season that we had, we ran like 2 defenses.
Yeah.
But we had really good players. Now, the defense has changed based on formation and backfield sets and stuff. The calls, we had different calls within the same defense. But we were highly effective because we had really good players. I think the better your players are, the more simplistic you can be. And I like the way Iowa plays. That's how I was raised. Their physicality and how hard they play and how detailed they are. They're saying, hey, if you can beat us with what we do, then go ahead. But let's see if you can. And that's the type of football that, that I grew up as a young coach, learning from the older coaches. Now, there's different ways to skin a cat. There's guys that run it like Buddy Ryan. Guys ran everything known to man. There was guys wide open and we had all those zone pressures, but he was hitting the quarterback and they couldn't throw the ball to him. Mm-hmm. So there's different ways to skin a cat. But I love the way Iowa plays. I think, and that's who Coach Rhule is too. So, but I think you can win both ways.
Let me ask you something. On the defensive side, would you rather see Iowa's run scheme or USC's? I think USC's run scheme is fantastic. I love counter. I love the pulls. I like that Coach Wade is doing that. But there is also something to the monotony of kind of that zone, that track scheme that Iowa likes too. Like, can you educate our listeners on what it takes to defend both? Because I think the nuances are a little different.
They are, but okay. So in the National Football League, that outside zone you're talking about that Iowa runs, every team that leads the National Football League in rushing, that's their number 1 play. And the reason for that is all the blitzing and line movement, and the way you stop the run is that you hit people in the backfield. You get negative plays.
You knock back.
Yeah. Well, the way you do that is not necessarily with playing across the line of scrimmage. You're penetrating the line of scrimmage, either by blitzing a linebacker, moving D linemen, And the outside zone, as you outside zone it, you can overtake the movement. Or you can run away from the movement and cut it off. So it kills all those pressure schemes. That's why the outside zone is so efficient, and it's the number one play in the National Football League to stop in the run game.
Walk me through SCs because I'm
okay.
I like kind of the gap count. I like that style as well. And it's
okay. See, with SC, okay, they run counter OT. They pull the backside guard and tackle. That's their number one counter scheme. Now, they do pull a guard and have a tight end as the second puller. They do have that. But it's OT. And what happens with OT is it can leave you one short on the play side because there's too many on the backside. And in the old days, counter was always run with OT, just like SC's running it.
Yeah.
Well, what we all did is cut the first puller and make the second puller have to read what happens to the first puller and maneuver around it. Well, the tackles weren't athletic enough. So what happened was you ended up going away from the tackle as the backside puller and making it a tight end or a fullback. So he was athletic enough to adjust. Okay, so the way to stop that play, and the way, we played SC really well last year, held them the lowest totals, I think, all year in all the categories, is we cut the first puller.
Yeah.
And it eliminates the OT. But make no mistake about it now, SC runs the outside zone and runs it very well. So they also can run the outside zone, just like Iowa can run the gap schemes, which is the counter schemes. They also have that. So I think the good run teams have both. And when you guys were at Nebraska, Damon, you guys had both. So I'll give you an example. When you guys ran the gap schemes, the counters and stuff, if the end was inside, you went outside. If the end was outside, you went inside.
Yeah.
That's how you had both, where a lot of teams don't. They're an inside team or an outside team. So, and then you had also the perimeter run game. So I think if you're good, you do have the gap schemes and you have the outside zones. So and so you'll see good run teams with both.
Let me ask you something, because you're really good from the top down. I know whether it's coaches or personnel or guys coming into the building, like just the wisdom. Help us understand because we do this. And it kind of drives me crazy, but I think it's mostly because we don't know the nuances. We use Temple as an example, or we use Baylor as an example, or we use Carolina as an example. And sometimes I think we forget about how fluid the college rules are becoming with player acquisition and the transfer portal and what you can or can't do. Yet we still talk about it as though it's linear, right? Oh, well, at Baylor it was this, or at Temple he did this. And what are we missing when it comes to navigating college football as you've looked at this program from your vantage point over the last 3 years?
Well, I one of the issues with the NIL, so when I left college football, there was no NIL.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there was no portal. There was none of it. So now that we're back, you're going to add anywhere from 15 to 25 new players and maybe 30, right? It's down now to 105. Okay, so and you brought up earlier about the development of your players. Yeah. You've got to develop the players that stay in the program, but then you also have to go out and get the right fit in the portal.
Yeah.
And so this thing right now is, and again, you can still coach the guys and get them better in a year if you only have them for a year. Okay, you can still do that, and then a great example of that is Indiana. They have done a great job with the portal, and their players play the way they're supposed to play. So you can get it done, but to compare what Matt did at Temple and at Baylor, I think that's a waste of time today because the everything has changed, right? So. We've got to get the formula, all right, to compete for this championship in this league. And it's like people talk about our schedule this year, and it makes me mad. If you're going to win Big Ten, don't you got to beat Ohio State? You got to beat Oregon. You got to beat Indiana. I mean, that's what you have to do. So, and everywhere we've been together, I've been with Matt, we have started at the bottom, and at the end, we were beating those teams that were winning the league. So that's what we got to do here. And hopefully that, we'll get a good start on that this year.
Let me ask you something. I wouldn't call. He's definitely not cheap, but he's very fiscally savvy. I think Pat is incredible, and there's like this personality when you guys are recruiting and you're looking at players. He just strikes me as the type of guy. I look at the cars, Bryant Dry, like it's never new or the biggest he's just not like that. You think there's a conflict in terms of like his work ethic and paying money versus bringing in young guys, and you got to talk about 2-year deals and how much are they going to pay? Like, it's clearly not fun. He's got to adjust. How do you see that process going as Nebraska tries to navigate the outside world, trying to assess how you're recruiting?
Well, I think you still have to recruit enough high school guys and develop them. And your base has got to be the high school kids, the young kids. And then what you have to do, and it's no different than we did in the old days. We would say, okay, what does our team need? Well, we need these 6 players at these positions. We went to the junior college level and got them. Just like you did at Nebraska when you were here. You had junior college kids come in, right?
Yeah.
So, but it's at a higher level now. You have more people leaving, coming and going. So now you're talking about 15 to 20 players that you have to do that with. But I still think that the recruiting process has to be one with your high school players. And I think Coach Rhule believes that, and I think a lot of people do.
What do you make of the success rate of it, like the 83% retention? Like, guys don't want to leave the program. Like, from your vantage point, why is that?
Well, first of all, our facilities are unbelievable. And then the people that we have working in the facilities are unbelievable. Our strength coach, our nutritionist, our psychologist, it just goes on and on and on and on. And I think these people, they have a terrific facility. They treat people the right way. And so I think the players are happy here. Now, but with that said, we got to get this thing over the hump and win football games. So, and so we've got to get that done. And I think that's why people aren't leaving. I think it's a real good place to be because of the people involved in the facility.
Coach, when you're looking at whether it's high school kids, transfers, assuming there's the base level of talent that you need to compete at this level, what's your non-negotiable? Like, what's number one on the list of like, they have to have this?
Well, okay. There's 2 things I think that you have to have. One is enough talent, but you also have to have the love of what you're doing. I don't think you can ever get anybody real good if they don't love what they're doing. If they're doing it because they're good at it or for other reasons. But so the catch-22 to that is that you have to determine, is the kid good enough that has those traits that you love about loving football? And if they are good enough, then you can really develop them into a great player. And if you look at like Indiana's draft, now I know that the number 1 pick was a quarterback, but if you look at all the other draft picks, a lot of them were in the 2nd and 3rd day. Would you guys agree with that? Their draft picks?
Yeah.
Well, they're guys that love football that had enough talent. They weren't overly talented, but they had enough talent that they could develop and they do the right things. And win football games and not beat themselves. And so that's the catch-22. So you got to have really good players, but you also have to have players that love football and have a desire that want to play at the next level. So, those are the things that are conflicting as you go into recruiting a player.
So let me ask you this as a follow-up, because I think in my mind, I was thinking maybe you'd answer something about like toughness or competitiveness or things like that. Do you think that love for football is the thing that underlies all of that and makes you a better competitor, that makes you tougher? Because we don't usually equate, hey, they really love the game, they must be super tough. But do you tie those things together more closely?
Yeah, I think the people that love football is that you can get them better at everything. You know, I heard Tony Dungy talk at a clinic, and he says, you know, your corners don't have to be killers now. They got to be tacklers. You know, each position has a set of things they have to get done, right? Well, I think if a guy loves football and he's not a great tackler, I can get him to tackle at a level that you can win at because he really loves it, what he does. And people that love what they do, they also, a lot of them are doing things for their teammates. They respect the team, they love the team, and I'm not going to let my teammates down. And so I think that love of football can bring a lot of things out of people. And I think, Damon, you were talking about earlier on the show, I was listening to you about if you don't love what you're doing, it's hard to come to work, right? And be really good at what you do.
Yeah.
And so you can get people that love what they do to do a lot of really good things.
Let me ask you about, you guys are so competitive. Like I get, you know, I don't get here and want to spill all the tea, but the staff is competitive, right? You're competitive with one another. You're competitive with the players. You know, you make everything a competition. I love that. You have to be able to tell the guys, hey, we need to get better. We're better than we were, but it's not where we want to be. Right? You don't want them back-to-back bowls. You can say it hasn't been done, but it's still not where you want to be, right?
Yep.
How are you, like, what's that like for guys receiving that whole kind of stay on the gas message when you know that you're actually making progress?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we really have a problem with is we talk about the winning and losing instead of the process. You know, I don't know if you guys like golf, but I listen to the golfers and they talk about, you know, I don't think about winning. I think about doing this process so I can get better. And if I get better, guess what's going to happen at the end? I'm going to win. And so that's what we're preaching is the process. If you keep doing this at a high level and get 1% better every day, then this thing is going to turn around and we're going to be at the level that we want to be at. So it's not winning and losing, it's the process. Do the process at a high level and get better every single day, and you have a chance to play to your ability. And if a team plays at their ability, whatever happens, you can live with.
Coach, if there was one thing that like you wish, whether it's the outside media, whether it's the fan base, whether it's recruits that are considering coming to Nebraska, if there was one thing that you could tell them that you wish people understood better about your guys' process, what would it be?
That it works. That I'll give you an example. We had 41 players in the 4 years I was at Temple playing the National Football League. Well, that's unheard of, right? Mm-hmm. We went to Baylor, and they didn't have any pro football players when we went there on defense. And when we left, there was a bunch of second and third round draft picks. So the process will help you develop into the person, player that you want to be. And so it's proven. But there's a lot of hard work that goes into it, and you've got to keep the stay to the course. And once they learn that and start really growing, and Damon, I don't know if you've seen a difference in Caleb in the last year. I have that.
So that's funny, and I hate using him as an example because he's my kid. But one of the things that I've definitely seen is the work ethic. Right? It's he went 21.8 or whatever, and that wasn't good enough, right? It's getting to 22 mile an hour. It was, he got the black shirt and Matt drills, but he's looking for a different kind of black shirt. He's learning. He's getting up to go work out on off days, trying to find the best guys that he can work out with, because I think now it's not so much he's afraid to be out of shape. It's that he doesn't want to not be doing his part, right? Yeah. Like and I know people look at the draft. They're gonna look at the last 3 years. And they're gonna say, "Oh man, Nebraska's not putting enough guys in the draft. Nebraska's not putting enough guys in the draft." And I'm thinking, with the bulk of your roster and so few as seniors, that time is going to pop. I think the trick is how do you get the guys to the point where they believe what you just said. The process works, right? Because you're going into year 4. People want to put constraints on it. But with where the bulk of your roster is with those redshirt freshmen and juniors, that time you hope is coming.
Yeah. Well, okay. So when Matt first got here, he had to battle the old cultures that were here with his players, right? Well, now, and I think, Damon, you can attest to this more. You have got a kid on the team playing. I think we have a lot of players like Caleb that we have been their coaches.
Mm-hmm.
And they're starting like the Rex Guthries and this, like Jeremiah Charles, how much he improved this spring. It's unbelievable. And the kid's really talented, right? Well, things are starting to click in these young players because they're in a process that I think they believe in. Mm. So if they can block out the outside noise, which, you get a lot of negative pub and all, block out all that and just keep listening and do the process. I think these players are seeing that it works. So now these players are all the guys that Matt has recruited. So I think you're going to see a change in how all that is developing, and then hopefully the new players that come in the portal and the NIL stuff, that they buy into it and add to it because of who they are.
How much of a process? It sometimes can be tedious while you're waiting for guys to say yes, and hopefully you're not losing out to the highest bidders, because I know sometimes fans get disappointed, but that's not really the guys you want representing you, right? Where it boiled down to an extra $400,000 or $500,000, but you get the reality of it too, right? There's the practical application of getting while the getting's good. How much of that message do you have to keep permeating through your guys? Like, hey, the money will come. We're just not going to compromise who we want in this culture.
Yeah, I think based on, if you look at our roster and how much money they've made in the last year, players that didn't make any money, now they're making money. I think that they can see that if they just keep doing the right things in this program, that the program will take care of them. And so, that's what it's all about. If they can see that, they're going to stay.
How important is it, because this is the first time I've seen it for this long, that you've actually have so much football on tape, and you've gone through lifting, you kind of reverse the winter and the spring with how early you did the spring, that you have 4 months of OTAs. That's kind of cool. Coach Wade was ecstatic about it. I know the staff gets the guys more. I said, this is the most important 4 months that I can remember, because it's such a long period of time with having actual real football already in the film bank.
Yeah, we've never done spring ball this early, and I wouldn't do it any other way now. It reminds me, I'm serious, it reminds me now of the NFL, because, NFL has phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And that's basically, we got done with, a lot of times when you get done with spring football, the coaches go recruiting and the players are done with school and are gone for 3 or 4 weeks. And you don't really get through the spring practice tapes and really correct everything. You don't have time because they're gone, coaches and players. Well, we had a whole month to really watch those tapes and evaluate those tapes as players and coaches. Then in that, we had actually more than a month to continue with them, and then obviously this summer. So I think it's I'm not sure I'd do it any other way. I thought when we first did it, I didn't know how to take it. I didn't know where this was going to go, right? But I think everybody on our staff really liked it, because we're with the players more and being able to teach them more.
Can you think of what you would maybe enhance or tinker or even change, I guess, on the front end of the lifting regiment if you're going to start spring that early?
Well, I think Corey did a nice job, because we had very few injuries in spring football, which that's what I was worried about, is they're coming back and that soft tissue, all that soft tissue stuff. But I think the way we practiced early and what they did in the weight room really helped. Now, and there's a lot more time to get these guys stronger before the season, not before spring football. So there's some real pluses to doing it early, which, anytime you do something new, you're always hesitant about, right? But I think this has been a good change.
I'm always surprised, and I'm like this too, so this isn't revisionist history. And I think your guys are getting better because some of it is mandatory. But are you surprised how more people don't take advantage of actual recovery time and how to do active rest by like actually taking care of their bodies? It seems like the facility now is more conducive to keeping guys around versus getting a to-go meal and getting out of there.
Oh yeah, I mean, when you're young, you think you're invincible. You don't need all that stuff, right? When you're a freshman, I mean, you've never had it, so you don't think you need it. But the older players, they look at them and say, "Why are you in that red light deal? Why are you in the hot tub? Why are you in the sauna and in the hot cold?" And so the older players said, "Hey, dude, you better start doing it now. You'll feel a lot better. I wish I would have done it." So, in the National Football League, if you talk to those guys, the reason the guys play a long time today, probably longer than they did in the past, is because of all that stuff. And there's nothing we don't have. We have sleep beds. It's crazy. If you want to take care of your body, come to Nebraska.
Coach, kind of a weird question, but you're talking about kind of the weight room and the way things go. And it started making me think about kind of the mentality of players. If you could get a glimpse, say you're recruiting a kid and you're trying to decide, hey, is he a good fit for Nebraska? If you could get a glimpse of him either in the weight room, the classroom, or out with their friends, which one do you think tells you the most of whether or not they're going to be a good fit here or not?
That's a great question.
That he's not very smart. It's an okay question.
I would still go back to, and I really think that you cannot be good at anything unless you love it. So your question is, I would find out if they love football. And there's a lot of different ways of doing that, but that's the number one thing I think I would find out. Do you love football?
That's interesting. A lighter note, but not a lighter note. I said a couple times, obviously, my relationship with Coach Rhule, and there are times that I just check on him, right? Hey, you good? Let's grab something. And he's got this little kind of sensitive detector that goes off. Like, I remember one time I asked him at practice, I was like, hey man, you good? And he was like, yeah, I'm good. And he came back about 2 minutes later. I'm sitting over there and he goes, hey, you ain't giving me any of that pity party shit, are you? Like, and I was like, no, like I'm just asking. He goes, all right, yeah, we're good. You've been around him a ton. How do you make sure? Because everybody needs somebody, right? Like it's tough. How do you check on him, knowing his personality, that he's kind of just a push through it, plow through it kind of guy?
Well, I've known Matt for so long. When he comes in the morning, I know what kind of night he's had. That's what coaches do, right? We kind of evaluate. When you recruit a play or coach a player, when they walk in to your meeting room, I know exactly if they're doing good or not doing good. And so I've been around Matt that long. So we can sit down and have a conversation if he needs it. But I'm telling you, being a head football coach is a hard job in college football right now. I mean, it's crazy, and I don't know if it's going to change here.
I'm at a high school and obviously where guys get recruited and I listen to what guys say and kind of what they're looking for. And it may be too soon, Coach, because this hasn't played out yet with the money and stuff, but I hear coaches seemingly more interested in what you're talking about, the love, like the toughness, than how much they're willing to pay. Because, I mean, let's be honest. You guys don't want to be giving out 2-year contracts to freshmen that are unproven, and you want to structure deals correctly. So because you want a little return, right? So do you think there's kind of this collective? We hear Kirby Smart talk about it all the time. I couldn't believe Georgia was out in front of, hey, listen, man, you're out here chasing money. You got the wrong school. Like he's been very animate, and maybe they can do that because they're Georgia, but at least he's saying it out loud. Because at the end of the day, coaches don't really. It's NIL is fine, but you don't really want to be worrying about a young guy making X amount of money, thinking that there's this amount of entitlement. You got to walk me through what that balance is like, trying to play in both worlds.
Well, here's the deal that how I see it is that in the National Football League, when we take a guy in the first or second round, he comes in, he's starter. There's no debate or competition or, I mean, the GM's going to come in and say, I draft this guy in the first round, he's starting. You know that, right? If you have him second team, right? So when I was in the NFL, every first rounder, he was first team, first day of practice. Well, if you're going to pay a freshman a lot of money, same thing's got to happen. You got to say that he is going to come in and play right away. You can't have $5 to $1 million, $1 million players sitting on a bench. That's just not going to work. So if you're going to pay freshmen that kind of money, then they got to play.
That kind of money?
What's that?
Can you not pay freshmen that kind of money?
Oh, that's what it is now. The good players, the freshmen, it's crazy what they're making right now versus even 2 years ago. It's crazy. But if you take one, they have to play. Otherwise, you got a lot of money sitting on the bench, and I'm not sure that you can survive that way.
Coach, fantastic stuff. DB, you got any more? You good?
No, I listen. We talking. Next time, I'm doing more X's and O's though, because we're gonna play some more. We're gonna play a different front this year some of the time, and I'm out of my comfort zone, man. So I'm gonna get stretched. I may be in your office quite a bit.
I got a grease board.
I know you do.
Coach, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time, and hopefully we'll chat again soon, okay?
Thank you, man. Have a great day.
I appreciate it, Coach.
That is Associate Head Coach Phil Snow from
Bob
Nebraska
still
football.
calls it a grease board.
You love it. You got to. You know?
Nobody says that anymore.
It's time for Stars, Stripes, and Savings at Edwards Kia. Lease the 2026 Kia Sportage EX starting at $259 a month. A great lease to kick off May. 2 Kias, 2 reasons to celebrate. Only at Edwards Kia. We've also got the 2026 Kia K4 GT starting at $239 a month. Don't wait. Get in on Stars, Stripes, and Savings this May at Edwards Kia.
Yeah, I've been talking with Coach Cook ever since he took the job as GM about, kind of a little bit about why he got involved. And for me, it's a lot of the same reasons. Just this is such a special team, a special place, the right time in terms of volleyball, where it's going in this country. And just for me, it was a real privilege to get to be involved in this and understanding just the timing and everything that's going into it. It couldn't be a better fit. Yeah, the athletes talk about what a privilege it is to not have to go overseas and to be here in their home country playing. And for me, it's the same thing. To get to coach professionally in the United States is incredibly special. And the idea that all of this is happening at a really early stage in the development of professional volleyball, to get to be a part of that, also incredibly special and for me, really meaningful.
Honestly, as a young kid, moving away from my mom in 2000, I want to say 8, staying in Texas for 4 or 5 years, I had a good chance of seeing what it was like in a state where it was focused more on football, because Texas is a huge football state. But coming to Nebraska, it kind of gave me that home feel when I was in Nebraska not Nebraska, but Texas for those 4 or 5 years, which was move somewhere where I wanted to grow up fast, not have my parents around me, not kind of have them under my wing or under their wing. And I got to Nebraska, and like a lot of college athletes always say, they get to Nebraska, and the one thing that they do not realize is how much the fans mean to the state, and how much the football team means to the state, and just how much people show up. And that's what surprised me the most. Like, everybody knew who I was, my stats, all that. I'm like, man, this is crazy. But that's kind of what drew me to it, was not the fact that it wasn't anything that was special. It was more of just, I felt at home, just like I did when I went to Texas for the first time.
Don't forget, give our friends over at Next Gen Male Medical a call, 402-614-9700. Their primary treatment is testosterone therapy in both men and women, but no matter what you're looking for, no matter how you're feeling, they can help you get to feeling your best again, whether it's hormone replacement, weight loss, peptides, recovery, vitamins, even hydration IVs. They've got you covered. Next Gen Male Medical, whether you're male, female, whatever, they can get you feeling your best once again. And if you tell them that Ravi and DB sent you over from Hurrdat Sports Live, you will get a free consultation. That is a risk-free opportunity to see how they can get you feeling your best. It's 402-614-9700. It's Next Gen Male Medical. We are joined now by Nebraska offensive line coach Geep Wade. Coach, how are we doing this morning?
Doing great, guys. Appreciate you guys.
The least surprising thing ever, you're on the move. This is just kind of what you do. It never stops, man. In the car, making time for us. I appreciate it.
No, this is a fun time of year. You know, as a coach, we're all competitors, so we enjoy this time of the year too. And you're out here competing for the best players in the country, and we want to bring some of them back to Nebraska with us.
Coach, all right, you kind of open the door here looking for the best players in the country. I'm fascinated by recruiting evals and player evals and all that. So when you're out there looking for a guy, I'm trying to figure out, because I don't really have a football background, so I'm trying to figure out as I'm watching offensive line play, would I rather have a guy, if I'm in your shoes, that has the feet that I'm looking for and I can teach him the hands, or has the hands that I'm looking for and I can teach him the feet, or is it position specific?
I tell kids all the time, we all want them to be bigger, stronger, and, sometimes that takes maturity. That takes age. We're recruiting 16, 17-year-old kids sometimes, especially when you're recruiting 28s and you're a year ahead. But I've always been a coach that I like athleticism. I think that if you have great feet, you can get in front of blocks and the strength will come over time. If you're real strong and you don't have great feet, then I think that's a deterrent, and you'll have to keep developing, and you won't play as early. So I'm more of an athletic O-line coach. Don't get me wrong. In the Big Ten, I want to be as big as we can be, but athleticism is something we look for.
Coach, you're fascinating. I've watched you since the bowl game. It was the first position group that I wanted to spend time with down at Gorman, and I'm kind of watching your group, and it's fascinating to me because as a guy that's partly responsible here because of O-line play, I've always loved it. My best friend was an O-lineman, and I was like, gosh, I wonder what this transition is going to be like, because that group was so closely connected to their previous coach. They moved as one, they practiced as one, they were always out first. They were they were the last ones out there. And when I watch you work, how quickly they took to your juice and your style, and like I call it the intimacy of teaching, right? Where you'll pull guys to the side. You're very finite. I'm like, this is actually fun to watch. Is that how you prefer to coach, or is it during this time in the off season that's how you can coach?
I think as you get older in this profession, you actually become who you are, and you're tried and true to who you are, what you believe in. And as Coach Rhule always says to us, like, the great ones change. I've changed over time, but I think you change with minute things. I think you are who you are. And I'll tell you a quick story about me that kind of changed my career path. Was I was out of coaching the COVID year. I'd been at East Carolina, didn't have success we had, and I truly felt like a failure that we didn't get it done there. And I sat out a year, and it was the best thing I ever did in my life. And I learned that the things that I thought mattered didn't matter. All that matters is the kids, the type of kids you bring into your program, the type of kids you bring into your room. And the last 5 to 6 years have been the most successful and rewarding of my life. And I truly am comfortable in my own skin of what I look for, and what type of kids that I want, and truly believe, Georgia Tech was really, really good to me. Coach Key and Coach Rhule are actually really good friends, and there are a lot of similarities. And that place really propelled my career. Because of the type of kids that you recruit, the type of kids that that we're looking for here, that are just wired the right way. That it's just like you guys. You have guys that you guys interview, and it's guys that love life, love football, love to come to work because it's easy. It's easy when you say it's easy, but it's not easy. Week 7, and we're getting ready for Indiana at home, and it's a Tuesday, and Coach Rhule's up your tail, and it's just you gotta find guys that love it, and I love it, and that's something that I love what I do. I believe in myself and Coach Teasley, and I just think it's a great profession.
Fascinating, because one of the reasons I rock with Coach Rhule, we're clearly fairly close, and I love his authenticity. And he said something a couple months ago about the longer he's done this. We were watching some film on a high school player, and he said, this boils down to how much do you love playing, and I want tough guys. Where we hear a lot about measurables, we hear a lot about athleticism, and it's just interesting to see how you guys have both settled in on this. So I have to kind of ask, you're coming from Georgia Tech. I think Coach Rhule would be extremely, I hear it from everybody, right? Just knowing so many guys in the program, demanding, wants your best. You feel like you leave 30 minutes and you need to be a better person. Like, I get all that. It's what kind of draws me to his style of how to attack life. What was it about leaving Georgia Tech to come to Nebraska where you're like, this is the place I want to be?
I'll tell you the honest truth. I don't know if you feel like you've done everything you can at a place at Georgia Tech, and we, I loved every second there, and it made me a better coach at Georgia Tech and the type of kids. And, because I truly think we were the hardest playing unit in the country last year, and I tell these kids every day here, we got a lot to get better, but we can be the hardest playing offensive line in the country, bar none, black or white. That's what I want. But Rhule's that guy. Like I've known Coach Rhule for 20 years. I used to go visit him all the time at Temple. I'll tell you a quick story about Matt. I went to visit on a spring break. Him and Coach Satterfield and Coach Snow and all the guys that were with Matt. And I just missed a mat drill in one of Coach's famous mat drills, and he did one for me the next day. He called the team in at 6 a.m. So he probably didn't like me that I was there, but I've always followed Matt in his career. I've always been drawn to work for him. And, after this year, I had a couple opportunities, and he called me one night. I was at my son's basketball practice in early December in Atlanta, Georgia. And, I basically took the job without even asking my wife. I was like, Coach, when we get home, can you talk to my wife? And but I was like, I'm going to Nebraska. I'm going to Nebraska. That's where I want to be. And I think in my life right now, in the middle of my career, that's where I need to be. And listen, I know there's no honeymoon in Nebraska. I get that, and I tell our kids that every day. I think you become who you are. If you work hard and you callous yourself and you have a mentality and you just do it day and day and day, it just becomes who you are. And I think that's going to become who we are.
Coach, you talked about being able to play harder than everyone else. And over the last couple of years, that's started to be a thing where that's what I look for in guys, right? What's their motor? What's their competitiveness? What drives them to be able to do that? When you're trying to get that out of your offensive line group, like how do you coach that in a practical sense? Because it's really easy to say, right? Everybody's like, oh, we're going to be the hardest playing team in the country. How do you coach that on a day in, day out basis?
That's a great question. I think, a lot of coaches yell at people, get your dang hand inside, or, I don't do that. I coach those guys. But I'll demand the effort, the finished part. And and of course I've learned over time, with coaching Keelan Rutledge last year, you had everybody come in, the scouts and stuff. And I learned from him a little bit, hey coach, I've never seen a guy look you in the eye when you're coaching them. I've never seen a guy sprint from the indoor to the outdoor field. I've never seen a guy that when Coach Key calls the team up at the end of practice, he's the first one. He sprints up there. To be great, you got to be different. And I came to Nebraska to be great. I want to be the best. We're all competitors. So I think that you have to find the like-minded guys. Guys that not just love football but love life, because there's going to be adversity, and how you fight through adversity. And kids are going to have a bad day in class, or their girlfriend or stuff. So, we just want to be guys that love life, love football. And I think that if you get those type of guys, you can coach them hard with the effort part, the finish part. And, so I just think that I try to coach. I'm going to teach the fundamentals, but you got to demand the effort and the physicality, or you won't play for me and coach.
I just kind of, again, watching you guys a ton, and I look at the different personality types, like Mbenga, who you guys just got, kind of young and super jolly, good-natured, lovable kid. And then, of course, I know Justin Evans forever, who I'm like, if I'm going down a dark alley, that guy's probably the first that I want rocking with me. And so when I'm watching you and Coach Teasley teach, you can tell some people listen for information. Some people listen for like transformation. When these guys are getting instruction, can you feel the fact that whether it's attention to detail or toughness or their physicality, like they're looking for transformation? It seems like that's how they're taking in the information, the teaching that you're giving them.
Well, I tell them every day, I walk in the meeting every day and I start with, you guys play for who? And they'll say Nebraska, and I think that starts the mentality of our meeting every day. And, with those guys wanting to be great. And, I think that our kids are always up in our office now, me or Lonnie. And I think that they want to be great. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to be great. You've got to want to be great and then do it on a daily basis. And there's things that we're working on right now to get better right now and for June and July. But these kids, Justin's always up there. We're always texting. He wants to be great, and I think that, the good thing for me is, in my career, I had a guy that was a first rounder that I know how it's done. And Keelan Rutledge was different. So, hey, Justin, you're different, or Pritch or Paul and the group. But and the good thing about it is, we brought some new guys in. I truly believe in this. We brought Paul Mabing in. I'd known Paul for 5 years. I knew Brendan Black. I did a home visit with Paul's brother last year, and Paul was home. So I knew the family. I know what they're about. And when you're in the portal, I think that matters a little bit more than, okay, this guy was this. So I knew when we brought those two guards in, that I knew we were getting.
Coach, you mentioned Paul Mubanga there from LSU, and there was kind of this story there about how you just kind of weren't taking no for an answer on him, right? Like, what was it about him? Yeah, obviously, the relationship mattered there, but what was it about him that you're like, this is a guy that we have to get?
I just thought he belonged at Nebraska. I thought that the other schools, we were all business. I thought that he could thrive in Nebraska. I thought that he could thrive with our fan base living in Lincoln. I just thought that he would thrive there. And, he called us one day. He's like, hey, Coach, I think I'm leaning toward this. And we were just like, no, you're not. And his family was they're just unreal people. And, they came up the spring game, and they're just, that makes it better too. You just know the family, you know the type of person Paul is, and and then Paul, we had some people that help. Me and Matt have some good friends in the profession that said, hey, these guys will take care of you. These guys are, they're on the up and up, and so it wasn't just us at the end of the day, but it's been a great fit and such a great kid. It's going to have a great career too.
This is fascinating, just having intimate knowledge of like guys that were already there, the Gatulas, the Sledges, the Justin Evans. I watched, Pritchett's development last year. I know what Spindler told me behind the scenes about the culture from Notre Dame to Nebraska. And to hear you talk about, because these guys, they're pretty good natured, but they want to perform well. There has to be something, some indicators, something that you're seeing, and maybe it's just the familiarity of knowing what you're looking for, but they all say the same things today, even though they're coming from very different starting points. It's fascinating on your impact so far.
It's not me. It's actually the type of kids. We're kind of going back in a circle here. It's kind of just the type of kids that you bring, and that matters to me more than anything. Is just the mentality and the toughness. And these guys, like Paul and Brendan, are coming in. They're just grown men. They're at every meal. They come extra. They don't miss class. So they want to be great. And then they've just thrived under Matt's culture, and this year it's been gritty and relentless execution, and they've just bought in, and those are gritty guys, and that's what Matt wants in this program, and I'm right behind him in that.
Coach, so I'm fascinated by kind of the personalities that teams take on, and I think sitting here at Nebraska and having lived here my whole life, I think there is a sense that if Nebraska could take on the personality of an offensive line group, that we would all kind of feel a lot better about where the direction of the football program's going. Have you seen, you always talk about like quarterbacks or the skill position players and stuff like that. What have you seen about when a team takes on the personality of a quality offensive line group and how that changes things?
Well, I'll get even more intimate with you guys. I think I might be the only O-line coach in the history of college football to work for. I worked for the late Sean Clark at App State, that really taught me a lot. He was an offensive line coach, one of the best around, and just the way he was just simple. The kids loved him, and it was just a great time in my life. And I got chills now talking about Sean. And then I went to work for Coach Key, who is intense, and just we practice so hard. It's just become who we are, and just just kind of flipped it with a culture, with a mentality. And then Matt, deep down, is an offensive line coach. So because Matt's one of the smartest coaches I've ever been around. So now we're talking ball, we're talking mentality, and it's like I'm the only guy that's ever probably worked for 3 offensive line coaches, and people are always like, it's got to be hard. No, it's actually easy because those coaches actually get it. They know that offensive line is an imperfect game. It's an imperfect group. It's not ever going to be perfect, and the only thing that really can make you great is a mentality, is a nastiness, is an edge. People like to say standard. I don't like to say that a lot, but there is an edge here in Nebraska about playing offensive line, and that's what attracted me here. And I know it's there's no honeymoon phase. I know that, so I wake up every day knowing that heck, I want to be the best. So I want the best group to be out there, and I can just tell you this: we're going to play hard, we're going to play physical, and that's what Matt's going to demand, and I think that's going to take us a long way this year.
Coach, I've watched kind of the chemistry and the development in the quarterback room. I knew Latif was well liked. Kalen would come back for Bible study and stuff, even when he was back at Virginia. Well liked. AC off to a very good start. I asked Caleb and some of the guys. I saw Quinn Clark the other day, and I asked him about Calandria and how they loved the fact that because ball started so early that you guys just got a chance to bond on the field. How do you like? And it's just quick, right? You guys are all common gold. You're out there on the field. How important was it, or how much did you like the early spring start where you guys had to hit the ground running, and it was just about ball?
I think it's huge, and we didn't go too early. Matt had a 6-week, to get stronger, bigger, stronger. But I was talking to somebody, friends in our profession. But so we had 10 days without a recruit on campus, which means we could totally focus on our team at hand. I think that was big because in March, there's kids everywhere, at every practice, and after it takes some of your time and all that, which is a good thing. And but I think we had 10 really good days with our guys with no distractions. Then we had a little break in March, and then we finished up. But usually when spring ball, you finish April 20th, they got exams, they go home. You never watch your spring cut-ups. You never get to meet with them. And then they got May off, so they really hadn't done a lot in 2 months. And what we got to do was in April, under the time limitations that the NCAA gives you, is we got to spend some time with them and do some things. So really, it's like I tell our guys that football's not going to stop. So it's, hey, here we are. It's like Pritchett, here we are. Okay, that's a good starting point. You're not even close to where you need to be. But here's the steps that we can take now because we know what you did early on in the spring to become better for September.
I got to get a little nerdy because I like schematics and I love the intricacies. Coach Rhule talked a lot about, the elements of counter and how he wanted it to fit with the duo and some of the line schemes, which is – I kind of nerd out over that. I'm watching spring. I watched you in the winter, at the bowl practice, just the growth and the timing and the nuances. How cool or not cool, that's a terrible word. How much fun is it knowing that some of your quarterbacks have some of the same skill sets that a guy like Haynes King had? Obviously, played a lot longer, very gifted. I get it. But what it takes to play in front of those athletic kind of quarterbacks with how hard you guys play up front with your run schemes. Has that kind of been a subtle, easier transition? Fun? Like, how are you looking at the nuances?
I look at that as a coach of, at Georgia Tech, we didn't have the best offensive line, or but we won a lot of big games by finding a way to get it done and not being hard-headed. And I think that's what I learned there. I think that, okay, hey, if they're stuffing the run, well, we got ways to get it outside. You know what I mean? We got ways to gain numbers with the quarterback, because we were going to do whatever it takes with Buster and Brent to win a game, no matter how we got it done. And so I think we learned a lot. I learned a lot. You know, I was thinking the other day, I was putting all my stuff together for June OTAs, and in 3 years at Georgia Tech, we ran a version of counter 497 times. And I talked to Matt, like, we both believe in the Bruce Lee quote of, okay, one kick 10,000 times or 10,000 kicks one time. Well, we're going to get good at something. And that was kind of our mantra. And of this is who we are, what we are. Hey, we're going to knock a dent in the front. We're going to pull, we're going to kick, we're going to wrap, and we're going to create some movement. And it's something that, you know, it's a play scheme that you can do a lot off of. And I think that we'll, you know, at Nebraska, we're going to evolve that. We really didn't put some of it into the last week before the spring game, so we really haven't got to a lot of it yet. But just the fundamentals of it, we've preached and we've worked it during these OTAs, and we will continue to work that all summer long.
It's no coincidence of one of the only 6 good runs I ever had at Nebraska. One of them, my favorite, is counter trap. Yep. Anytime you get the short set pulls and just smashing faces, like watching the spring game, I hope Coach Brown's listening right now, because he's probably excited, if you know what I mean. So I'm Case Crooks, my play-by-play guy, is probably wondering why I'm like nerding out. We're going down the circles on the field, and I was like, did you see just the pet plays and the counter concepts? For a guy that loves offensive line play, I thought it was sensational, even though because you guys say, hey, we're just not putting it in. Just the nuances and the creativity, man. I love it. It's pretty to watch. It is. And it's a very personnel driven play. The multitude of what you can do with it. With the nakeds, the boots, like y'all did, when we're studying a lot of that right now with Dana and Matt and as an offensive staff. But it's something that I believe in. I believe that athleticism in the polls and the type of kids we're recruiting to that. And once again, you don't want to be a coach that after the season you flip on your cut-ups and you ran this 12 times and you ran this 14 times and you got good at nothing. I can promise you that will not happen here. We're gonna hang our hat on something, and then we'll have auxiliary runs off of it, of course, to attack defenses. But you're not going to be good when you just do too much. And I'm a big believer in that. If at the end of the day, hey, it's not going to be perfect, but if there's someone in front of you, put your hat on him and let's go. And whether your hand's 6 inches outside, at the end of the day, that doesn't matter to me. We'll coach that. We'll learn from that. But just the physicality of the run scheme of the counter that you can coach, and that I think that helps the room, and I think they've enjoyed it so far.
Coach, don't let DB be humble. This dude went for like 6 yards of carry over 4 years. So
I know, yeah. With 6 yards of carry, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I gave him multi-rare. It's like 5'8", but whatever.
Okay, that's our new goal, to be 6.1 per carry this thing.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah. Coach, so you brought up Dana there, and I'm fascinated by this because we've seen this go poorly here in the past with kind of different coaching staffs where the offensive coordinator and the offensive line coach aren't necessarily on the same page as far as the plays that the offensive coordinator wants to call aren't the plays that are necessarily fitting to the skill set of the offensive line. How important has that relationship been about getting on the same page with Dana and getting on that, like, hey, this is the stuff I think we're going to be able to do really well. How does that match up with the stuff that you want to do as an offensive coordinator?
I think that Dana's awesome to work for. It's kind of an honor to work for him. I think that with his background, with the Texas Tech, the Mike Leach, and he's evolved over time. and wanting to run the ball and be very efficient in the throw game and all that. And then I worked for the guy named Buster Faulkner, who they had he kind of had the same background. And at Georgia Tech, we were 1 or 2 in the league every year running the football. So they evolve over time, and Dana's just been great. I think that, like, working with Buster, I kind of think about what Dana wants, and wants its simplicity, wants routine plays, and I'm all about that. So we're keep it simple, come off the ball, be physical, and that's what Dana.
Oh, got a little bit of cutout there.
I was like, we might have lost the reception there for a second. I think this happened a second ago, and he came right back. So we'll give it a minute here. But that question came from Kenny. Appreciate him chiming in here on that one.
Shane, if you get him back, just tell him we got like 2 more questions, and we'll get him out of here because I know he's got to go recruit.
Do we have our screen? There we go.
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
Oh, there we go, Coach.
All right, couple quickies here, Coach.
Yes, sir.
I love I would say this over the last handful of years, and sometimes people give me a hard time just because Coach Rhule and I do have a really good relationship, but I'd rather be right than well liked, right? So I try to be objective. One of the things that I liked over the last couple of years was the infrastructure in the building. Like the protocol, the culture, how the guys go to work. Guys don't get in trouble. They go to class. The academic schedules with Dennis and those guys. Like, there's been the nutrition, so many good things behind the scenes. And I see this intentional effort to have cohesiveness and tough guys in the building. I watch you and Coach Teasley work. Famously, I was behind a tandem of offensive line coaches, and Coach Teasley has this great personality, and you guys can split and conquer. And I think he seems like the type of person that's never met a stranger. I watch you guys work together. You share. There's this cohesion that has to be contagious when you see 2 guys that are highly respected, tremendous recruiters, great teachers. And sometimes I can't tell who's supposed to be doing what, that it's in such unison. Has that been fun for your guys to watch your 2 relationship evolve?
Unreal. He is such a great friend. I've known Lonnie for 10 years, and and I'll even go a step further. When I was at Georgia Tech those 3 years, I had an assistant, and a full-time assistant, and I've learned, and like Coach always says, we grow.
Oh shoot, we might have lost him again.
We'll get him back. To watch them work, man,
yeah,
it's.
I'm glad you asked about Lonnie, because that was one of the things I wanted to ask him about, and hopefully he'll be back here in a second. But
it's just cool to watch him work. I don't always enjoy going to watch and spending one time in one particular area, but sometimes when I
Are you there? I'm sorry.
Yep. Sometimes when I start with the O-line group, I just stay there.
You were talking.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
You were talking about your relationship with Lonnie?
Coach Teasley. Go ahead, Coach.
Are you there?
Yep, we got you. We got you.
I don't think he has audio.
He might not be able to hear us.
Okay, I was just giving him the thumbs up.
Coach, can you hear us there? I'm not sure you can hear us there, Shane. But yeah, I'm fascinated by it, because for a long time, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, it seems like there wasn't this dynamic of having kind of multiple offensive line coaches, right? Like, that wasn't the case until the staffs opened up.
Although I did think they had a pretty fantastic GA. Didn't get a ton of run, but he was really good.
Under Donnie?
Yep.
Yeah, and so I was curious about, as a guy that...
Oh, we got him back.
Coach, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
There we go.
I'm sorry. I was getting a call and it messed up my stream. So, but
I'm just glad you're tech savvy. 1 for Coach Wade, 0 for Coach Rhule.
You have to be. But right. to Lonnie, to be great, you have to have 2 nowadays. You development, like when I'm on the road, they're meeting. If vice versa. When he's on the road, I'm there. These guys got to have, you can't, and I'm comfortable in my own skin. When Coach Rhule said, what do you think about Lonnie? I said, call him today, get him here tomorrow. So for us to be great, and he's we think exactly alike. We can look at each other and be like, yeah, that's hard or that's not, and we're just different ways of approaching. He's a little bit more laid back and that. So he's a great person, great coach. I'm just excited he's here.
Last one for me, Coach. I gotten a chance to know Coach Brown pretty well along the D-line. That's obviously the other side of the ball that the fans are really wanting to rally around. How much fun has it been to go against and see a guy that's as competitive and technically sound? He coached Tyler. These guys are different. I joked with RVP at the end of spring. I said, man, you're like 2 inches taller. And he's like, man, I'm just more confident. I know what I'm doing. And, around Coach Manning too, like how much fun is it to develop kind of at the same time with your counterpart? Cause you both have to get each other better.
It's been great. I rode with Rob yesterday or for 3 hours, just talking ball and his story and then with, Coach Brown working for him, Coach Manning and the success they had. And like the good thing about that, I can tell you that there's just no egos. We're all about ball. We're all there to make each other better. When we do one-on-one pass rush, when someone beats Pritch inside or something, hey, Coach Manning, why did he go inside right there? There's instant feedback of coaching, and at the end of the day, it's really all that matters. And just great coaches, great motivators, and I really just their scheme is very well technical sound, and so I enjoy it. It makes us better every day.
Coach, I'll get you out of here on this, and you've sort of talked about this in terms of becoming comfortable in your own skin over the last 6 years and things like that. One of the reasons that I'm such a believer and ride with Coach Rhule, even though I don't have the relationship with him that DB does, is since he got here, he's felt like he's been about the right things, right? He's transparent, he's authentic, and I want those things to be enough. Hard. Yeah, he works his ass off. Like, I want those things, especially at a place like Nebraska, to be enough to win. In your experience, in terms of, you've been at a lot of different places, you were just at a place at Georgia Tech that you said, as a head coach, pretty similar personality-wise to Coach Rhule, and that's not an easy place to win, as we've seen historically. Just tell me, when is that enough to win? Like, having those personality traits, the things that have drawn to me about Coach Rhule, in your experience, like, is that enough to win?
Yeah, because you're going to win close games. You're going to win tough games in the fourth quarter. You're going to be built for that, and that's what we're working on right now. And I know Coach Rhule's been self-evaluating himself, and like I do, and like you guys do, and it's just like when I leave his meetings, it's like I want to go run through a brick wall, and we got to have great players. We all know that, but we can also take the players.
Damn it!
People, stop calling Coach Wade. Stop calling our guy.
He's busy. He said we could have great players, but I had a feel if I was going to get the goosebumps over a walk-off, that sounded like it might be it.
I'm just saying, I better be a 5-star calling. That's all. No, I'm not. Okay, there he is.
Tech savvy, man.
I made the joke, Coach. I was like, I hope that's a 5-star calling, because that was about to be a great answer.
It's actually another coach here in town. He's like, where you at, Geep? You know what I mean? So,
all right.
But no, the relentless pursuit of being great for Matt, and that's why I'm here. And I think that everybody in that building's got his back. I come to work every day. I don't want to let him down. He's just got that personality of, we got each other's back. Let's go to work and let's do this the old school way, and let's get after and let's be physical but go get good players. But I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to work for Matt, and I'm just excited to show everybody what we can be, and fast.
It's time for Stars, Stripes, and Savings at Edwards Nissan. Lease the 2026 Nissan Rogue Platinum starting at $349 a month. A platinum lease for less this May. 2 Nissans, 2 great deals. Only at Edwards. We've also got the 2026 Nissan Pathfinder SV starting at $399 a month. Another win for May. Don't wait. Get in on Stars, Stripes, and Savings this May at Edwards Nissan.
Yeah, I've been talking with Coach Cook ever since he took the job as GM about, kind of a little bit about why he got involved. And for me, it's a lot of the same reasons. Just this is such a special team, a special place, the right time in terms of volleyball, where it's going in this country. And just for me, it was a real privilege to get to be involved in this and understanding just the timing and everything that's going into it. It couldn't be a better fit. Yeah, the athletes talk about what a privilege it is to not have to go overseas and to be here in their home country playing. And for me, it's the same thing. To get to coach professionally in the United States is incredibly special. And the idea that all of this is happening at a really early stage in the development of professional volleyball, to get to be a part of that, also incredibly special and for me, really meaningful.
Honestly, as a young kid, moving away from my mom in 2000, I want to say 8, staying in Texas for 4 or 5 years, I had a good chance of seeing what it was like in a state where it was focused more on football, because Texas is a huge football state. But coming to Nebraska, it kind of gave me that home feel when I was in Nebraska Texas for those 4 or 5 years, which was move somewhere where I wanted to grow up fast, not have my parents around me, not kind of have them under my wing or under their wing. And I got to Nebraska, and like a lot of college athletes always say, they get to Nebraska, and the one thing that they do not realize is how much the fans mean to the state, and how much the football team means to the state, and just how much people show up. Mm-hmm. And that's what surprised me the most. Like, everybody knew who I was, my stats, all that. I'm like, man, this is crazy. But that's kind of what drew me to it, was not the fact that it wasn't anything that was special. It was more of just, I felt at home. Mm-hmm. Just like I did when I went to Texas for the first time.
I came to the conclusion yesterday. It even causes hand wringing, and so like the guys that I really care about their opinion, that I think like want the best, are open minded. I tried to give a heads up. I'd say, hey, you may want to hear this in its entirety.
Sure.
Before we do anything, we may want to hear this in its entirety. Some guys, it was like, oh, yeah, I get it. Other guys were like, big year, man. Still got to win. Yeah.
Duh.
I know. No, I'm not. These are guys.
I know. They're guys you like, but.
So what I'm saying is, it's not a good piece of cheese. Even guys that I get along with, that I respect a heck of a lot, like we don't always agree.
Sure. And you don't have to.
And some of it is healthy, but then there's just some, it's like you just don't, for whatever the reason, you just don't want this to work.
Yep.
And I don't know. The only thing that I wasn't mad yesterday, because everybody, it's flooding my timeline, right? And I get it. And these guys, I think sometimes, they chuckle because they're really good at what they do when these get clipped out. And every time I hear just a snippet, I'm like, it's going to be a long day.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to be a long day. So, but it's like it always is. There's people that want to be right, and there's people that want to get it right. So if you want to get it right, even though it may be at your own expense or your own thought process, you probably took the information differently. If you want to be right and you have a preconceived notion, then you probably took the information differently.
Yeah, it was kind of stunning how differently people responded to it.
To the exact same information.
The same clips, and yes, the context matters, right? Like the way we do this is
and those weren't softballs.
No, I felt like we were asking real questions.
I felt like those were, and it was intentional, right? Because I want to know some things. I think you want to know some things.
The only thing that I held back were specific names. I asked everything I wanted to ask.
Which part?
When I'm talking about different type of players,
if he would do the Dylan thing over,
doing things differently, I didn't want to put him in a spot where he had to potentially disparage or sound like he was disparaging a kid. Because I know how this works and how things on the internet work and clip outs and things like that. I didn't want to put him on a spot where he had a bad soundbite because that isn't really fair, because I can ask the question and get the answer I want without putting him in that position. Yeah. So I don't want to do a gotcha moment just for the sake of, but if I get him to say Dylan Raiola and he wouldn't do it again.
You could tell though, like he was because
he thought about it.
Like Sip sent me so there were a couple guys I was pretty surprised just on their take, and I'm only going to use Sipple as one of the 35, and hopefully he won't be mad at me. I don't think.
Well, I think he's a little scared of you, so he won't be mad at you.
Why would he be scared? He's constantly he pushes back. He plays the victim here, but he constantly he goes, Jesus, I'm watching this interview with Rhule. This is incredible. He's incredibly locked in. I said, yeah, I can't believe he just let us ask him anything, but we just went with it. He said, I believe this sort of interview is incredibly helpful to him in the program. Text you tomorrow. I'm only halfway through. I got to dig in.
Yeah. I think that's and I don't think Sip has been overly flowery about the program. I think that's far from an accurate description. Not that but I also don't think Sip is a guy that's,
and you don't have to be.
No, I don't. I do want you to have an open mind though.
Yeah. It's I told you the other day, a guy that I rock with, Jay Urban, right, on Twitter, when I said, because it got clipped out without the context of what I was saying, I was talking about two of the things that really upset me, just because I'm around him enough and I kind of know his heart.
Yeah, the work ethic.
and
the
authenticity.
Yeah.
And Jay was like, God, are people really saying this? And I was like, you're my dude. You can't really.
Go look at the response to the clip yesterday, and you'll see people saying it.
Exactly.
Literally.
That's all it was.
Yeah.
That's all it was yesterday was, guys were like, oh, if you too busy with, traveling or too busy with the podcast or, oh God, this guy could sell me anything. Like that's all from the negatives comments.
From the negative side, that's all
it was.
Yeah. Yep. There was,
and I'm like, we can't act like I'm making this up.
No, it was a lot of salesmen.
Yep.
It was a lot of, that was to the negative. The sort of, I call this neutral, I guess, or maybe the, well, yeah, duh, is the, well, just got to win. That's the, well, yeah, duh of it all.
So the guys that I probably, and it's interesting. Like I don't really know the opinions of like somebody that I think is actually like thoughtful, like a Zadiska.
Sure. He's not like clickbaity. Like he's,
and he's a guy that I could have like a back and forth with without somebody having to be right. Like we could just process through it.
And he'll want to process through
So
things.
there are, I didn't talk to like everybody that would think like that, but of the guys that I think that are like that, I think at the end of the conversations, it was a lot of winning will cure a lot. And I'm like, yeah. It would.
Yes, it will.
But then all of a sudden, like, is it more believable? Because I thought it was interesting yesterday listening to Bykoff talk about Signet. He said everything he says come true.
Yeah. When you win, you get that benefit of the doubt.
So you can say anything.
Yes. 100%.
Right. And I've also seen it go the other way where guys that won a lot, that would say a lot, and there would be those of us that are like,
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's how I felt about Dabo.
You know what I mean? Like,
I think that Dabo's the best example that I can think of.
So it's
where I just wasn't buying what he was selling, no matter how much he won.
So it was like it goes both ways. I still ultimately, unfortunately, it hurt like hell. Unfortunately, I think a lot of it boils down to two things: whether we want to be right or not, and if we like the person.
So that's the thing that bothered me yesterday more than anything, was because there were people that I know for a fact, and I'll name this one by name because he's been very public about it. Like Scott Shanley, for example, had a quote tweet of one of our things.
You guys have a different history than I do.
No, for sure. I
rock with Shanley.
That's totally fine. But Shanley, I mean, from literally,
and he cannot like Rhule, and
that's fine.
You know what I mean?
But what I'm saying is, like,
this is just I'm sorry. I just want clarity before you rant.
Yeah, you're good.
I know you're going to go in on this because you had the interviews with him. This is just, is this like what vantage point is this?
So this is
because I'm giving you a friend, so that doesn't.
The
I don't know how
only
credible
vantage
that is
point I
for me.
have for Shanley is I interviewed him when, ironically enough, I was filling in for you when you left the old place. And that was during the time period of Nebraska looking for a new coach that ended up being Matt Rhule.
Fair. All right.
So, and at the time on that show, he was I believe, a weekly guest or a semi-regular guest at the very least. So I talked to him with our old friend Gary Sharp several times over the course of this process, including, I believe, right after he was hired.
It was either his camera work is sick.
It was either right before or right after he was hired. It was when it became pretty apparent that it looked like it was going to be Rhule. So that is my context. That is the only interactions besides seeing him on social media that I have with Scott Shanley. So I want to make that very clear. I don't know him as a person. It is just the interactions I had with him a few years ago and on social media. Okay. And the thing about him was he was out even as the idea of him as a candidate immediately.
Okay.
Which is fine. That's fine. But it always appeared to be weirdly personal for some reason. I know that they shared a division when Coach Rhule was, Shanley was doing work with the Saints. Coach Rhule was at the Panthers. So I'm sure there was some overlap of people that knew Coach Rhule. But he's the only person that I've ever heard say, I think he's a bad guy. Ever. So to me, that's a pretty dramatic outlier. You've heard some people say, I think he's a little salesman-y. I think he's maybe out there too much. The only person I've ever heard, and
I'm not saying this is new to me because I know his sentiment, but I didn't.
So I'm paraphrasing. I don't know if he said the words "he's a bad guy," but this was very much that's an accurate sentiment for what he was talking to us about.
Fair.
He is the only one I've ever heard talk about Coach Rhule that way, and so I asked, I go, okay, do you have an experience with him? Do you have what leads you to believe this? Because this is pretty. I asked this at the time because the stories about the Texas High School Coaches Association talked about how much they loved him and things like that. I was like, okay, this is very different from everything else we've heard about Matt Rhule. Can you expound a little bit? And at the time, he couldn't really or didn't want to. I'm not saying he couldn't. He didn't want to or didn't have examples at the ready. And for him to feel as strongly as he did about Coach Rhule in that sense, that seemed pretty strange to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I go everything, and again, we go into things with our filters. So everything I see from Shanley, I go through the filter of, well, he just doesn't like this guy. I feel very comfortable saying that based on the interactions I had with him, right? So that has to go into my filter of how I view anything Shanley says about Matt Rhule. He seems like one of the guys that just didn't want it to work from the start because he didn't like Coach Rhule before the hire was made. And so I wish we could just say that, not to give myself too much credit here, but I'm going to because that's what I do. When you talk to me about Dan Hurley, I'm very clear. I just don't like him.
Mm-hmm.
I've never said that he was a bad coach. I have no idea how he interacts with the players. I go, I don't like him.
Yeah.
Same thing with Dion. I don't like him.
Mm-hmm.
He might be a good coach. He might be a great person. I don't like him for whatever reason. I'm coming around on Cignetti. There's some things that rub me the wrong way, but he's phenomenal at what he does. I have no idea how any of these guys interact with their players. I have no idea how. I only know what I see. And I've seen more of Hurley than I have of most people interact with people that can do nothing for him. And that's part of the reason I don't like him. If you don't treat people that can't do anything for you well, I've got some concerns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I wish we could just say that at the start, whether it's Scott Shanley. I know some other former teammates like Jason Peter had a tweet that kind of went a little viral that just start off with.
I didn't understand because Coach Rhule. So I want to be clear here, and I don't want to speak for Jason, but I know him really, really well. And I think Jason can have an opinion independent of how he actually feels about Coach Rhule. Because I think he likes Coach Rhule. But so I don't think he's coming at that from a like thing.
Mm-hmm.
But having said that, I didn't really understand the tweet. I know it pissed a lot of people off.
So
and it made a ton of message boards and people are mad at him.
So
but I don't know. I didn't understand. I don't know enough.
So that's why I included it in there, because it didn't make a lot of sense to me unless I'm viewing it from he probably just doesn't like this guy. So I could be wrong there, and that's totally fine.
Yeah.
But that's why I lumped it in together, because it didn't make a lot of sense to me. But I just wish we could start from that standpoint and just be honest enough to be like, hey, this opinion is because I don't like this person. Like I did that with your guy, Jay Sadi, right? We had an interaction on Twitter. I was like, hey, is there a problem here? It seems like you're not really a fan. He's like, oh, no, I've never really liked you. I was like, oh, dope. Now I know where we're at. That's cool. And
that's something he would say.
And
too.
we've had much more pleasant interactions since then.
You're going to laugh at me. I'm telling you, he's a good dude.
Which is fine. And not everybody has to be a fan. I understand that.
Yeah.
But if I know that going in, then it's much easier than if somebody's like, oh, no, I love what you do, and then is an a-hole all the time. It's like there's a disconnect there.
That's what I hate.
Right? Like if you tell me hey, I'm not for you, cool. I get that. But let's start there. If there's a lot of people that are connected to the program, used to be in the program or used to play for the program or whatever, that are way more interested in being right than the program being successful. And they would never say that, and they'd probably try and fight me for saying it, but your actions tell me how you feel. And there's a lot of people that are more interested. I don't know if it's in the clicks. I don't know what they get out of it. Whatever, just attention.
Are these people in the media?
Some of it's
because you have to hear from. Yeah, maybe.
Some of it's from the media. Some of it's former players. It's just a lot of people around. Media for sure. There's a lot of people in the media that not to quote Coach Rhule, but like are profiting off the negativity around the program. Like, and that's the only thing that they do in their jobs is profit off the negativity around the program. But there's also people that we assume former players are always for the program. And there's a lot of former players that their actions or their words, at least on social media, you know them better than I do, so I can only judge them from what I know, do not line up with somebody that is for the program. Or it's certainly not for the program regardless of who's leading it, right? Like, I heard it with Mike Riley a bunch, right? A lot of people when Mike Riley was here, even when he was winning, a lot of people, former players, media people, whoever, were not for the program because they weren't there for Mike Riley, which I understand. There was a lot of stuff to be like, I don't know if this is going to work. I get that they're top 10 in the country right now, but this all feels like smoke and mirrors. I get it. But that's also the best season Nebraska's had in 15 years, basically. And if you're for the program being successful, that should be a positive rather than being like, well, what about this? And what about this? And what about this? And what about this? Right? Like Coach Rhule said it yesterday. I think he was quoting me, but this is the most successful Nebraska's been over a 2-year stretch since Bo Pelini. That's 3 coaches ago. So when people are like, well, just win, it's like, well, he's done that at a higher level than anybody in 12 years. So what do you want me to do with that information? We heard Ken Bykoff talk about it yesterday. Indiana was actually coming off the most successful stretch in their history, or one of the most successful stretches in their history when Curt Cignetti took over. We like to ignore that part of it, but we also like to ignore the fact that Nebraska was coming off literally the worst stretch in Nebraska football in modern history. I mean, like 100 years, basically. Certainly back to the 50s. We're talking pre-Devaney minimum, right? So if I'm sitting here and saying, hey, just win, it's like, well, he has more than the other 2 coaches combined. Now, that's not enough. I get that, and he gets that. If you think he thinks 7-5 is enough, you're out of your mind. I don't know what you heard yesterday if you think he thinks 7 wins is enough.
Well, he said it wasn't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, he has told you it's not enough. So it's also
hang on,
the most we've had in over a decade.
I'm just listening. So when you say that, you're just basically like, okay, here's the facts. I'm not even going to put words in your mouth. Here's the facts. I can put this here. All right, what's the point? 2 things can be true at once.
My point is,
I mean, for him, because I just want to make this. Yes. I'm just getting clarity.
This is my point. My point is, we refuse to acknowledge that real, tangible progress has been made under Coach Rhule.
Okay.
Every time we hear something negative about it, it's like, well, he's a used car salesman and they haven't won and whatever. And it's like, okay, I get they haven't won as much as we want them to. That's universal. Everybody agrees with that statement. They have not won as much as we want Nebraska to win. I don't think anybody that cares about Nebraska at all would disagree with that. But here's an undisputed fact. They have also won more than any team that Nebraska has had in 12 years. So both, as you said, both those things can be true at the same time. It's not enough, and it's still dramatically better than it was. And heading in the right direction. That's why I asked him the question about Dylan getting injured last year, because they are 6-2 with a lead against USC on November 1st. And then quarterback breaks his leg, and the season falls apart a little bit. And not all of that's on the quarterback, but you can't tell me some of it's not. Right? Like, and then not to mention the backup true freshman also injured, but playing anyway. So we're having this conversation about, well, year 3 rule and whatever and all this other stuff. And it goes, listen, they were 6-2. They were bowl eligible early in October. Or mid-October, whatever it was. It wasn't like we were down to the wire trying to win one more game against Wisconsin or Iowa trying to get bowl eligible in November. They were bowl eligible early. They were 6-2. He's right. They were still in the college football playoff hunt at that point. And if they beat USC, we're having a real conversation about it. And then the quarterback gets hurt when they have the lead on November 1st. And we act like that 7-6 is the same as the 7-6 the year before. And it wasn't. And then we act like the things that went wrong, he didn't fire people for. People lost their jobs for what went wrong last year. And we just act like he's like, oh, let's just run it back. Everything's great at Nebraska. I signed an extension. I'm cashing checks. I don't care. He fired people for what went wrong last year, even though they made real, tangible progress and are the only Nebraska football team to finish over 500 for 2 straight years since Bo Pelini. That is, all of those things are undeniable facts. And if you don't like them, that's fine, but you can't dispute them. And the only way you can try to dispute them is if you've just decided you don't want it to work with Matt Rhule. And again, that's fine, but tell me that at the start of your tweet. Right? When I was out on Scott Frost, what was I very, very clear about? I don't think this is a good dude. I don't think he's the right guy to lead the program. And I still wasn't rooting for him to lose. I just didn't think it was within the realm of possibility for it to turn around while he was still there. We had that discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're like, well, if he does this and this, I was like, I just don't think it's in him. Right? But I was very clear about why I didn't think Nebraska was going to succeed. It's because I didn't think that was in him. If you're going to say, hey, I don't think this is going to work under Matt Rhule, or because nobody's going to say I don't want it to work because nobody's that self-aware. But if you're going to say, hey, I don't think it's going to work under Matt Rhule, let's start with how you feel about Matt Rhule. And then I have a better idea of the context of whatever you're laying out there. Because then I can take it with a grain of salt or just flush it down the toilet or do whatever I want with it, see if there's any meat to pick off that bone. But if you parade around acting like you're for the program and you're really not, that's where this gets toxic for the fan base. Because I sit in a really weird spot. Probably fan first, media second. I grew up as a fan. I never really learned how to be media. I kind of just ended up here because I thought it was something I wanted to do. And I love it. But I don't really typically think of things through a media lens. I didn't go to journalism school or broadcast school or anything like that. So I typically think fan first and then media. So when I say it's toxic to the fan base, I worry because not everybody has time to spend the amount of time on Nebraska football that you and I do, right? So they have to look to prominent members of either the media or former players or whatever for their information as they're scrolling their timeline at lunch at their job or whatever. And if that timeline is toxic, then it gets real easy to turn and be like, oh man, what's going on with Rhule? If you don't have an hour to listen to an interview that we did with him, which I thought was really good, then you only see a quote tweet that then frames those clips in a very different manner than the actual context does. And that's not the clip's fault either, because I saw quote tweets that were positive that also frame it in a very different manner, right? People can frame those things however they want to, but if you don't have the opportunity to spend as much time as Nebraska football as some people do, then all of a sudden your entire view gets changed by some guy you don't know just doesn't like the head coach.
So is part of the frustration, and I get it, right? I knew I said to the guys walking in, we were just kind of joking about the initial rundown. I said, I don't know. It depends on how pissed Ravi is about yesterday. I had a feeling,
yeah,
right. But here's the thing. So once you're operating in the know, like there's people that we chat with every day in this chat that, I mean, could spin it like fine yarn, right? Mm-hmm. I could say, I'm not even going to give him any oxygen. And somebody will see the negative in it. It's just it's a blanket statement, fairly innocuous, and it's so you're saying such and such and such and such. I don't know, man. Is that what you heard? Like, no. But so why so if people were just more forthright about the negative stance, is it going to change the delivery style?
If there are people, my delivery style or theirs?
Yours.
Yes, because I know what I'm dealing with. Like, I feel like
all right, we're the same. We're the same.
I think people are being disingenuous on purpose.
Yeah.
100, that's what bothers
100%.
me. They're like, oh no, I'm for the program. I'm for the program. Let me shit on the program. I'm for the program. I'm for the program. Let me trash the program. Like, that's my problem. If you want to trash the program, that's your right. Don't tell me you're trying to clean up.
What? So the thing you got. So help me here, because I think the only real thing, the thing that can elicit emotions like this, and I sit on them, right? I mean, I'm up. By the way, Shane, it was 12:41 in the second period of the Avs Kings last night.
So what are you going to ask me? Was I up?
There's no way. It went to intermission.
Let me explain.
And I'm like, it's 12:41.
Yeah.
Nobody's doing this. Why am I doing this?
Last night was super busy. I mean, there was 5 teams that I was wanted to follow, pretty much playing all at the same time. And once we got to the last game, and once the glass broke, I was like, this is going to extend it at least another 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't do it.
So where I was going with like the only thing that I was thinking about last night is, can we? And I try to say this all the time, but people have to take some self-inventory. I said it yesterday when he was pretty forthright about where he had gone wrong, right? And going back to Minnesota. And I said, some people will hear excuses. Some people will hear an explanation. The difference between the two is accountability.
Yeah.
Does anybody dispute that?
Not anyone who has any idea about it.
So what I can't get my mind around is when somebody owns something, why do we still call it an excuse?
Because we don't like them.
No, maybe.
I think that's a lot of it. I'm not trying to be dismissive. I think that's a lot.
That's the part. Like that's the part.
Here's the other thing that
he very in detail explained NIL and why. Like, and I didn't even know how I was going to ask the question, but I just asked it. I was like, "Look, man. At one point, you said we're good. Like, what are we talking about?" But I knew. But after he gave his answer, I knew what the point of that answer was. He clearly wants Nebraska to be in a position of aggression, not
always scrambling to try and
defensive.
Yeah,
that's what I took at. But I am also privy to like sentiments, like if we're just sitting around at a volleyball game too, right? Like, so it doesn't bother me when he says that, because if it's to me and we're sitting around and we're watching, Vivi or Leona or somebody, he goes, man, this is a direct. I'm just gonna say it doesn't matter. It's what's he gonna do? And he's like, this is MF in Nebraska. Like Nebraska does this, and people were copying your strength and conditioning programs. And I'm talking to these coaches that used to pattern what they do after Nebraska. And I'm a scrubby walk on, just trying to tackle a guy by the ankles at Penn State. And that was my dream. And I'm looking at Nebraska like, that's why he has such reverence for like T-Freight. You could just tell guys that
understood what Nebraska was and what it can be.
That he messes with, right? That don't always say like affirming, hey, they're going to win 10 games, but he knows that they believe as much as he does. So the thing for me is why am I so animate about wanting to see the success? It's and I'm very clear on this. I've said this for 3 years. It's not because I like him. That's a byproduct. The reason that I liked him is because he loved this place before it was really lovable. And he was all in. So there's two things that get me to bristle up, right? The Penn State innuendos, because I know exactly how that thing shook out.
Yeah.
And I didn't need a middle person, right? Like, so why was it? And that's not what was happening. I don't know who told you guys that, but that's not what was happening. And it can't be a better source than the one I have, because I just saw that guy at the game. Can't be.
Yeah.
And he's not lying to me in front of that guy.
Yeah.
So we got to stop saying that.
Yeah.
So those are the things that I'm talking about when I say, but like, that's where the passion comes from in defending the program, because we're watching film together and it's two highly thought of recruits. I walked in, he's on the clicker, his back's to me. And he'd said, come in. So whatever. And he's like, sit down. I'm just going through this film. These guys will be here, and whatever, they were going to be here. And so I would say, oh, this and footwork and, this and that. And he goes, at the end of the day, he goes, we just got to remember two things.
Mm-hmm.
Do you love football and how tough are you? That's what I keep reminding myself, because you can see it all on like the dry erase boards and stuff. So when he's talking about toughness yesterday,
mm-hmm.
like I have a frame of reference of what he means. And I have to go back and listen to exactly what he said, but I have a frame of reference of what I think he's talking about. That's why I wanted clarity on what the pushback was
also
from JP and that whole timeline, because I don't know if that's what he was saying or not.
I don't either. But to be clear, also he was responding.
And I'm not defending a form. Like, listen, there's no winning and losing in terms of picking a side.
No,
right?
But if you tell me, hey, Jason is for the program, then that changes how I view his statement.
Yeah, but it doesn't. So
that doesn't mean he's right, but it changes how
and it doesn't mean he's got to be for the program. And I'm just using him as an example, the same way that I am.
Sure.
Like I'm not an eternal optimist, but I do like the facts.
Mm-hmm.
I do like, because I ultimately always want a solution. Even if I'm the screw up, like I ultimately want the solution. Like even if I got to walk out of a therapy session because I'm pissed, like I still want a solution.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so I think that's ultimately kind of what it boils down to. Are we in the solutions business? Like he conceded. He said he didn't go into detail when he talked about the fit with the coaches, but he goes, hey man, like thinking about that defensive coordinator job, maybe I did err too much in wanting to keep continuity.
Well, and he said he thought he rushed it. I think that was part of it. He felt like he needed somebody. I think he said he would have been more patient.
Yeah, because of the continent. So I mean, it's just like for me, like he's owning that. But I also, but I have to be careful about judging other people, because I am, and I think I told you, I'm like, this is eating him alive. Like the fronts versus the way that they practice versus.
Oh, you mean the decision on the D coordinator?
Yeah,
we had that conversation, because there was a guy.
A couple of days.
There was a guy that I wanted.
Yeah,
and I
don't even like. And I'm just telling you guys this because I don't really like. Sometimes you can know too much. I just was bouncing the idea off of my co-host because I feel like the decision was pretty tough.
Sure.
And even at that moment, because he had so much of the affinity for Coach White, I understood kind of
what he was trying to do. So you asked me a question a second ago, and then we got to take a quick break here.
What time is it?
7:45.
I listen. Hey, I felt like I was listening for too long. Is that bad? Yeah, it's just.
I was talking for a hot minute there.
Yeah.
So you asked what kind of changes the way people perceive these things, and I quickly said whether they like somebody or not. That's the external answer. I feel like there's also an internal answer, and this is part of the reason I love sports and love processing through things like this. Like I grew up in a very conservative Christian evangelical home, right? And a lot of the way people talk about and teach in that sphere is talking about people justifying their actions, trying to find something within the Bible or teachings or whatever to justify whatever it is they want to do. And I never really understood that. But I think there's two different types of people. There's people that will try and find justifications for the way they want to act. And then there are people who will act based on what they feel is justified.
I've sat in service with people, and this, there are some that internalize and they'll be like, oh, he's talking to me. And then there'll be other people that are like, see, that's
he's talking about you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
that's pretty funny.
And so
true.
There's like a lot of situations where it's like, okay, are you looking for information when Coach Rhule talks to justify how you already feel about the situation? Or are you going to change how you feel about the situation based on the information provided to you? I had this conversation with a buddy I went to Christian college with, and I was like, listen, man, my worldview shapes how I act. How I act doesn't shape my worldview, right? I'm not going to construct an entire worldview about what I believe based on how I want to act. That's crazy to me. What makes sense to me is, hey, if this is what I believe about the world, what does that tell you about how I should act? right? Those are two very different things. And if you can figure out which one of those things someone believes, you will understand to a much greater degree how they're going to process it.